cut that check expeditiously, in the words of my friend Ti, who actually bought some. I found out Ti bought some flashcards from some of our financial flashcards for his kids, which I thought was really cool of him. But anyway, yeah. So someone was asking, do we still have the business school for children? Yeah, it's called Black Millionaires of Tomorrow. It's really, really good. Kids that go through our program, they know more about finances than 90% of all adults. So feel free to go take a look. It's blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. We also have financial flashcards. If you go to drboycebooks.com, you can find the flashcards, workbooks. We got a lot of tools that you can use to educate your kids in economics. You guys know I'm a finance professor, a real PhD, not an honorary PhD, not a weekend PhD, like a real PhD. This is what we do. And so we got a ton of educational material. So feel free to take a look at that. But anyway, let's keep reading here. So in this book, which is the Black History Reader, on page 150, Dr. Claude Anderson talks about something that's a really interesting, delicate, and really very powerful emotional issue in the community, which is the way policing is done toward Black people. The way cops are trained to treat us. And my father, was a police officer for many years, so I saw all sides of that. I saw I saw officers at their best, and I saw officers at their worst. The racism is 100% real. And I was explained, a guy did explain to me that the historic job of police officers is to protect the rich from the poor and the white from the Black. And so, especially back in the day, if you were Black and you were in a special session or special section of the city, you would be stopped just because you were there, right? All these things are very, very real. We know the history here. Now, here's what Dr. Anderson says. He says there is a pattern to this. There's a historical precedent of this, and understanding this can help us understand what's happening now. So let's read this. He says here, question 49 on page 150 of the Black History Reader. He says, why is the pattern of Black men killed by white law enforcement personnel so acceptable and so entrenched in society? He says, for centuries, America has been a killing field for young Black men, especially by white law enforcement. Although a long historical pattern, incidents in recent years have been troubling. In nearly every instance, courts and juries allowed those who profile, beat, or kill young Black men to go unpunished. Why? Because the underclass status of Blacks, which caused them to have unique historical experiences, is codified in this nation's revered founding documents. The Constitution of the United States and the Bill of Rights declare America a land of exceptionalism, the cradle of democracy, and a nation that values immigrants. Blacks were exceptional too. They were the nation's only non-immigrants. They were valued only as human property, entitled to be treated just like field animals. This lack of respect for a Black man's life, rights, and contributions became infused into the nation's national spirit and codified into the legal and political infrastructure. America's perception of Black men was framed by the U.S. Supreme Court's infamous 1857 Dred Scott decision. A Black slave declared that he was free because he had visited and temporarily lived in a free state. The Supreme Court ruled, however, that, quote, a Black man has no rights which a white man is bound to respect. This infamous ruling, never reversed in over 150 years, has been locked into the culture and collective American psyche and passed down from generation to generation of ethnic whites. The first lesson immigrants learn when they come to this country is that they are prized and valued over native Black Americans. This prevailing attitude impacts every aspect of how our political and law enforcement systems view and treat Blacks. This nation's public policies of benign neglect and political correctness further depreciated the value and rights of Black Americans. Those policies were constructed to kill off the Black Civil Rights Movement of the 1960s and to make all forms of Blackness invisible. The policy of benign neglect, this is where they neglect you and just kind of ignore you, and rather than say directly addressing you, just no attention, no interest, you're just there. This policy of benign neglect took the focus off of Blacks and over the course of the next half century morphed into political correctness and diversity, policies that do not distinguish or aid Blacks. The views of law enforcement and society in general carry the legacies of slavery, Jim Crow semi-slavery, and the Dred Scott decision. Having relinquished the few concrete gains made during the Civil Rights Movement, Blacks have slid back into a powerless underclass status. Blacks, however, should not be treated as guests in America. This nation was founded on the blood, sweat, and labor of millions of Blacks who were denied their very humanity and the fruits of their labor. The newly fabricated class groups, especially immigrants, inherit unearned benefits, respect, and rights to which blacks were entitled but never received. The larger society adds further insult to injury when it participates in public dialogue that gives the false impression that all people and groups have contributed equally to the development of this nation. This is a convenient myth. The racial problems between law enforcement and black men will not abate until this nation addresses the exceptional history and achievements of black Americans. Police power is freely exercised against black men who are perceived as obsolete and powerless to do little more than march or riot. The larger society has a responsibility to resolve the long-standing dehumanization of blacks that is contained in the foundation documents and to erase the emanating legal precedents. The tension between law enforcement and blacks will never abate as long as whites own and control 98% of all the nation's wealth. 98% of all the nation's wealth, income, businesses, land, privileges, and all levels of government. The Dred Scott decision must be considered in any serious efforts to analyze the relationship between blacks and law enforcement. Calls for healing, no matter how sincere, will not correct the problem. Understanding the historical context, however, will be a better beginning point. At least both groups would understand the importance of reversing the holding of Dred Scott and the contribution of the U.S. Constitution to the problem. So, according to Dr. Anderson, it seems that he's saying that the Dred Scott decision, in which they clearly stated that a black man has no rights that a white man is bound to respect, that basically a white man is not expected to respect any of the rights of a black man, and that decision was never reversed. So this is the America. Welcome to America. This is the country that you live in. I'm Gen X, and then there's millennials, and then there's Gen Z. So you got millennials and Gen Z. And there were studies that basically sorted out investors. That was done by Bank of America, and they sorted investors based on whether you were over or under 44 years old. And on these criteria, they were able to identify some differences in terms of how younger folks invest versus, say, people above the age of 45. And I thought that it would be an interesting analysis to kind of think about this in terms of psychology, because all this is psychological. It all comes down to mindset. And as you guys know, in Money in the Morning, we basically are digging into financial psychology and the mindset of investors and what that means. Now, first thing I'm going to say before I reveal this is that it's not as if young people are investing badly, right? They just invest a little bit differently, and I also believe that the cross transfer of information across generations can be beneficial for everybody. Like, I think that younger people can teach older people a few things, and I'll mention that. And then also older people can teach young people some things. And so if you're smart, you'll listen because your grandma knows a couple things. She's seen things that you haven't seen. Your grandfather knows things that you have not experienced yet. And so I know that listening to my grandma, who is the panther that's behind me, I keep my grandma with me everywhere I go. She's right here. Her name is Felicia, and she's also behind my head. My grandmother, protected me from myself on more than one occasion, because when I was young, I was smart, but sometimes we think we're smarter than we actually are. So I had a little bit of knucklehead in me. I still remember my grandmother when she had bought me some savings bonds, and that was how she knew to invest. She didn't really know anything about the stuff that we talk about. Like, we're far more advanced than previous generations in terms of our economic knowledge, all of us, everyone in here. And she had bought me these savings bonds when I was little, and they all matured, and I got this lump sum of money when I went off to college. And I had this girlfriend at the time, and her car broke down, and I remember I used some of that money to fix my girlfriend's car. And I never forget, my grandmother was so furious, and she wrote a long letter to me. This is back when people used to write letters. She didn't send an email or a text message. She wrote me a letter. That's how you know grandma was pissed. And she wrote me a long letter, and I don't know if she thought that I was out smoking crack or what, but she talked, she really was concerned about what I was doing with my money. And it was that experience that reminds me of why I think personally that as you're building this wealth, as you're making these smart decisions to prepare your family for their strong economic future, getting your kids ready, you're doing the $5 a day plan, or even beyond that, and really, really preparing a wealth egg or a nest egg for your kids so they can be financially safe. I don't believe in giving all that money over to them when they turn 18. I cannot reemphasize that enough. This is not their wealth. This becomes their wealth when you decide it's their wealth. And this is family wealth. You understand that we are a team, we are a collective. Just like we're gonna give we have cars right now. We have a couple cars in our garage, and it's a little bit tough because now we got four people in the house that are of driving age, and everybody's got an agenda. Both of the kids have to get to work, and me and my wife have stuff to do, so we're having a car issue, right? So we're trying to decide how to navigate that. Do we buy them a car? And I said, hell no, I don't want to just buy them a car and give them a car. I don't do that. Again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you if you've done that. I'm just saying that that's not where I come from. You earn what you get. That's it. I don't know if anybody else feels this way. But I just believe that you're better off if you earn what you get. That way you can get the pride of knowing that you did this. And also, I think that spoiling kids just never seemed to work out right. You know what I mean? I don't know. It just never it never seemed to really work out when the kid was spoiled, that they would be better off than they would have been if they hadn't been spoiled. I've just not seen that. So my position on it was no, 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 we're not buying anybody a car, but we are going to buy a car. So this is, don't tell the kids. If you meet my kids at the convention or something, don't tell them that this was the master plan. Okay, we got to, like, you know how the man be making plans for black people and they don't tell you what the plans are. Well, in this house, I'm the man and she's the woman, and so we make these little secret plans. This is the conspiracy theory that we always know there's a conspiracy. Well, in our house, there are lots of conspiracy theories. This is one of them. So if you meet the kids, don't tell them this was the plan. So anyway, here's the plan. The plan was, I told my wife, I said, go out and go to the dealership, find a car that you want to get, whatever, just whatever you want to do. I support it. And so we're gonna have three cars, and then we'll be able to allow the kids to share the third car, the 10-year-old car that we don't want to use as much anymore, but we're not giving that car to anybody. That's still our car. So this, again, this is a mindset. I'm not telling you what to do, but the thinking was, look, this is not your car. This is the family car. But because we bought it, then we have a little more say in what happens with this car. So you're going to get everything that you need, but you're not going to be able to say, get out of my car, or I'm taking my car. Because for you to say, to have a car that you say is your car, you're going to have to put some skin in the game. You're going to have to make some investments in this process in order for you to say that is my car. Because but again, that's a personal bias, right? Everybody has a bias, but I would say whatever your bias is, however you were raised, or whatever you think is best as the leader of the household, and a lot of you are either parents, or you're going to be parents, or maybe you're grandparents or something. I encourage you to think about the accumulation of any asset, whether it's a vehicle that's declining in financial value, right? Cars are depreciating assets, but they're important assets because you need them to get around. Or you're talking about the stock portfolio. That's family wealth. When you're building this wealth for your kids, that money belongs to primarily you. If you did it, if you're the one who built all this, then that should be yours. That's your empire that you're building. And then also, when you're talking about the transfer of that wealth onto the kids, you have to have discernment in terms of how you do that. Because if you do it wrong, let me just say, if you do it wrong, you're gonna lose it all. If you do it wrong, if you're sloppy, if you just say, oh, well, because you're a certain age and because you're my child, I'm gonna give you everything. That don't work out too well. And people react differently when you give them stuff. Again, that goes back to what I was telling you guys in finance. There's all these research papers written on what they call the moral hazard problem. The moral hazard problem basically says that when you get one of the dimensions of the moral hazard, it's a very complex idea, but one of the dimensions of it is that when you give people stuff, they start acting stupid. When you give people stuff, their behavior changes. I remember when, that football player Antonio Brown that played for the Steelers and the Patriots and the Raiders, and I think the poor guy has CTE. That's what I think is really going on, because he's the Negro. The Negro is crazy. But anyway, Antonio Brown, he was a great wide receiver. He was very disciplined. He worked really hard. He showed up to practice on time, and so because he was so good, they were going to sign him to this massive contract. And there was somebody who said something that was true, but there's not much you could do about it. But he basically said, when you give him all this money, he's going to act a fool. You're not going to be able to control him anymore. And he was actually right. When Antonio Brown got his money, he just his behavior no longer made any sense. Now, I personally think that that brain damage thing is really big with the football players. So when I see them commit a crazy crime, like there was one guy, Kellen Winslow Jr., I think, who went to prison because he was literally sexually assaulting like old ladies, like 75, 80 years old. That just seems kind of weird. I'm not saying that any type of assault is okay. It's never okay, but it was just weird. It made me think something's got to be going on with his brain. And Aaron Hernandez, who played the same position as Kellen Winslow Jr., who definitely was confirmed to have tremendous amounts of brain damage, was just going to the club and killing people. Like, and it didn't make, and it was weird. They didn't even consider him a suspect because they were like, why would a guy who just won a Super Bowl murder somebody? That didn't make, but it turned out that he had significant mental illness that came from all those hits to the head. So anyway, with that being said, though, just circling back to moral hazard, people act differently when you give them resources and you give them money. Especially true. That's especially true when you talk about your kids. So when you're talking about how to kind of deal with your children and just sort of what way to sort of distribute the assets, I think it's important to really think it through carefully, because if you don't, you're going to lose everything. There's a show I've been watching. Anybody watch the show on Netflix called The Gentleman? Anybody watch it? It's got one of my favorite actors, Giancarlo Esposito, one of the best actors out here. He played Big Brother Almighty back in School Days. I don't know if y'all remember him. Everybody, if you haven't seen School Days, like, remember when Biden said, "If you don't vote for me, you ain't black." If you ain't watched School Days, I'm gonna have to check your black card, because that movie's a classic. We know it is. But anyway, if you're young, then that's your excuse. So go watch School Days. You'll love it. So anyway, Giancarlo Esposito is in this show called The Gentleman. And it's about this. It starts with this guy who inherits this massive estate and all this wealth from his father, who was the Duke of something or whatever. And they call them my Your Grace or my Lord and all this other British crap. And anyway, one of the things that happened was, the way the story starts is that you had the older brother. The oldest was supposed to inherit the estate, and this had been the tradition in the family for 600 years. And so all this wealth that had been accumulated over half a millennia, of 5 to 600 years, was all going to go to the oldest son. And the problem was that the oldest son is an idiot and a drug addict who makes terrible decisions. So the father skipped the oldest son and passed all the wealth down to his second son, who was the one that was the most responsible, because he knew his second son wasn't going to mess up the family estate. And so this is what this whole show's about. It's all about money and choices and everything else. And all those things are deeply connected. And so as you're building your empire and preparing what to do with it, and managing risk. We've talked about risk management. I did that whole training with you guys called Stormproof Investing, and we talked about diversification and the use of stock options to protect your portfolio. But the biggest protector in terms of risk is just making good decisions, and then making the good decision to put your wealth in the hands of people who are going to make good decisions, who are going to who are skilled at three major things. There are three major skills that make you into a wealthy person. One is the ability to acquire wealth. Two is the ability to preserve wealth. Three is the ability to grow the wealth. So really, it's simple. I would almost call it the football player analogy. And let me explain. I like analogies because it helps us understand that I'm telling you nothing new. Everything that we talk about, you already know these things. Well, if you think about it, what makes a great football team? Well, if you have the ability to get the ball, to acquire the ball, which means you got a good defense. Your defense can get fumbles and sacks and interceptions. Two, you can protect the ball. The quarterback does not fumble. They don't make mistakes. And then you can grow your score. You can get the ball down the field because you have a great offense. If you have those three things, do you understand? Tell me if you get this analogy. If you can acquire the ball, protect the ball, and get the ball down the field, then you will win Super Bowls. So to win Super Bowls in your life, in the game of economics, the very competitive game of powernomics that exists all throughout this world, the game of capitalism, then pick up those three skills and you're going to win. And then you only give the ball to people who also have those skills, right? So if I've got a child who does not preserve wealth, then why would I give all my assets to that person who's just going to be a leaky bucket, who's going to lose everything? And this is what that whole show's about. The Gentleman. You know, there's so many shows. If you watch, there's so many shows you watch that there are really straight economic lessons. There's so many shows you watch. Every time you watch a show where money is discussed and there's a money problem, or people are doing crazy stuff because they need to get money, that's a financial lesson. There's so many different shows I could point out on Netflix right now where money pops up everywhere in these conversations. And and this is where you learn it. This is your training ground. All right, so let me dig into some of this study. This is what I kind of wanted to hit on today. And by the way, if you want to copy my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, or Financial Flashcards for Kids, we're halfway through the summer. It's not too late for you to give them something that's going to last for the rest of their life. You can go to drboycebooks.com, and there's a discount code, book club, the word book club. If you use the code book club, you can get 30% off anything in the store. So it's drboycebooks.com. Also, make sure you get on the text list for Money in the Morning. If you want to join the private Zoom for free, or get a notification. A lot of you just got a notification from me. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. All right. So here are a few things that are going on. Basically, a Bank of America study found that young people under the age of 44 are more likely to choose investments that differ from those that are over the age of 44. People over the age of 44 are more likely to lean on the traditional investments, top three being stocks, real estate, and then emerging markets, right? So stocks, the stock market's number one, then real estate, and then if you want to go further, maybe emerging markets, meaning like third world countries. There are funds you can invest in that will let you, benefit from other countries. I made a list for you guys of funds you can invest in to make money in India, Africa. I made a list for Africa. I'll text that out to you guys again if you'd like to see it, or you can email support at theblackbusinessschool.com and they can give you access to that. I don't have it in front of me now. Either way, if that were the case, I'd give it to you now. That's kind of what people do over the age of 44, right? So, and it makes sense. The stock market is the number one wealth builder in America. Those who don't participate in the stock market don't tend to build very much wealth. Also, real estate is very, very powerful. Real estate is a great way to have literally a real asset, something you can actually touch, something that's very tangible. So shout out to everybody who owns real estate. I think real estate's fine. I don't personally enjoy being a landlord. I think I've talked to you guys about that. So I choose to make my money by selling stock options and all that to get my income. But still, real estate is fine. And then also emerging markets are nice because emerging markets can give you that excess return because you're investing in these small countries that may grow very, very quickly. Now, um, here's the thing. The truth though is that younger people, typically every generation, they do something different from what their parents did. And a lot of the decision in terms of what they choose to do is informed by their experience, right? So, a person that's under the age of 45, they've grown up with a lot of technology, so they're very comfortable with technology. Younger people tend to be more comfortable with risk because they have a longer time horizon for investment, but then also they are comfortable with risk because sometimes it's because they haven't gone through certain experiences. My grandmother went through the Great Depression, so she was very, very risk averse, very risk conscious. People like Warren Buffett, they saw the effects of the Great Depression, so they're always thinking about the downside. They're thinking about what could go wrong. Whereas if you're a young person and you've only seen the market boom, you've only seen low interest rate regimes, which is what we had going all the way back to 2010, where you could just go borrow money and amazing things will happen after that, then a person like that is more likely to take on leverage and debt and kind of just gunsling a little bit, right? Because they haven't really gone through. In fact, the last 20 years, 25 years or so, you really haven't seen too many major economic calamities. You did have the decline in 07, 08, which was pretty bad for the real estate market. But for the most part, young people haven't really gone through like some sort of like significant economic hell in terms of the stock market, in terms of watching your portfolio go, just drop 60% right before your eyes. They haven't really experienced a lot of that. So a lot of times that can lead to um, different investment behavior of young people, right? And so here's what they found in the study that young people do when it comes to investing. They said that young people, they tend to they tend to allocate toward real estate at the top of the list, crypto and private equity. That was what Bank of America mentioned in particular. Real estate, crypto, and private equity, as opposed to stocks being at the top of the list. Private equity might be, in some cases, just, your own business or investing in other people's businesses, or some of these websites where you can put money in, and they can, like I think Fundrise does that, where you're raising money for startups and stuff like that. And what's actually driving a lot of this is that also younger people tend to have a little less patience when it comes to wealth building. They sort of, especially on social media, where there's a lot of incentive, or a lot of what's the word? A lot of flashiness in terms of people showing you how much money they made and how they made it quickly. It can make someone feel stupid for doing things like getting up and going to work every day, or, waiting 5 or 10 or 15 years for something great to happen. Why would you wait 15 years when you can make it happen in 15 days? And so the lure of the fast money a lot of times can drive certain investments that are extremely risky. And then also they mentioned that younger people have an interest in various kinds of collectibles, like watches and classic cars, and stuff like that, or even sneakers. And all that's fine, right? Again, I'm not here to tell you that those things are bad. I think that what is interesting, though, to me, is that you should know that there's something that everybody can learn from each generation. And generally speaking, things like crypto are incredibly risky, probably riskier than people can recognize. And they said that some of the reasons that younger people are more likely to deviate toward things like crypto is a lack of trust, a lack of trust in the government. You hear a lot of people talk online about how the dollar is gonna collapse, and the whole economy is gonna go to shit, and everybody's gonna lose everything, or the government is manipulating you in this way or that way. And I'm not saying those things aren't true. I'm not gonna say that America, I do, I really completely agree with you that America is a country where there are conspiracy theories. There are people in the elite class that make certain decisions that affect the working class that are unfair. I've mentioned to you a few factors. For example, I think they've completely screwed a lot of people when it comes to student loans. So you have a lot of disillusioned people who say, "Wait a minute, I went into debt to go to college so I can do everything right, and here I got all this debt, and I'm stuck, and I'm not making the money I expected to make." Like, all that's real, and all that's by design. We've talked about that. But at the same time, though, I think that if this lack of trust causes you to throw the baby out with the bathwater, then that's not good for you, right? If you are just sort of like, for example, if you believe that the stock market is a complete Ponzi scheme and you don't participate, well, then guess what? You're missing out on the chance to make money alongside Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia, and the greatest companies on earth. And so really, I think that a balanced approach is more appropriate, where you say, yeah, they're probably doing what's best for themselves. Yeah, the elites are going to be elites. Yeah, they're probably making plans and conspiracies for them to benefit themselves. But that does not mean that I still can't participate in this economy and do well. Also, younger people tend to be more tech savvy. They're more comfortable with technology, which is why things like crypto can be appealing, as opposed to older people who don't trust crypto. I've heard older people talk about crypto like it's just fake money and it's complete garbage. And I think that that's an inappropriate approach, because typically a lot of times the people that will say things like that are people that they know a lot about investing, but they don't know a lot about crypto. Do you understand? Like, so they'll know a lot about stocks and real estate and business. So that gives them their credibility. But then they won't take the time to really try to understand what's really happening with crypto. Like, what is it? Like, what's really going on here? And I think that that's a little bit problematic and disingenuous. It's almost like somebody who won a Super Bowl who then tells you that tennis is crap, or a pickleball is garbage, right? So if I am a guy who won a Super Bowl, I don't know who's a guy. I'm trying to think. I can't name any Super Bowl winners right now. I don't know. Shannon Sharp. I'm Shannon Sharp, and I won a Super Bowl in football. Um, but and then pickleball comes along, and I say, well, pickleball's a stupid sport, but I know nothing about the sport. If I say pickleball will never take off, nobody likes pickleball, it's dumb. What credibility do I have to really say that? Right? If my credibility is that I won a Super Bowl, well, that's not appropriate credibility. That's not accurate in terms of that's not my area of expertise. Do you understand? So a lot of times people that criticize crypto the most, I've noticed, are people who haven't taken the time to really understand it, participate in it, invest in it. Why would you if you think it's stupid, if you think it's garbage, if you made that assessment from the very beginning? So one of the things I can say that was with crypto, in order for me to critique it, I felt like I needed to understand it. So to understand it, I read a couple books about it and did a lot of research, talked to a lot of people, looked into a lot of stuff. I'm still not an expert on it, but I know a lot more than I did. And if you were to ask me, do I think crypto is garbage? I'd say yes. And if you ask me, do I think crypto is a great investment? I would say yes. And the reason I say that is because not all crypto is created equally, and the future of crypto is very, very vague. Nobody knows what the future of crypto is going to be because it's heavily dependent on things like regulation. It's dependent on what the economy does. If the economy were to go south, like for example, Sam Bankman-Fried. Anybody know that name? Give me a yes if you remember the name Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX. Did anybody else follow the FTX debacle? Let me know if you followed this. This is really important. Okay, so Sam Bankman-Fried became kind of the king of crypto. He was a guy that was really making what I thought were some strong, solid decisions for a while. I don't think he was just a complete loose cannon wrecking ball or a bad person the whole time. I think he did make a mistake though, and he did break the law. But what Sam Bankman-Fried did was he came along and he kind of positioned himself in the crypto world similar to where JP Morgan was in banking years ago, where he was literally the single guy who was bailing out the entire industry. He was making these big acquisitions of these companies and doing all these things that were really garnering a lot of respect around the world and everything. And it turned out, though, that he was doing it inappropriately and illegally. He was using money that he wasn't supposed to use. He had money that he was supposed to hold, and he used that money to make investments. He borrowed out. He put his hand in the cookie jar. He borrowed money that he shouldn't have been borrowing, and that was clearly illegal and clearly wrong. Um, but let me also give you the other side of that. That's interesting. So if Bankman Fried had done the exact same thing, and it wasn't a crypto winter, he not only would he have gotten away with it, but he would still be hailed as a hero. He would be looked at as this guy who was this financial genius. Um, what a lot of people don't know is that a lot of times timing is huge in terms of when people get caught with, various Ponzi schemes. Bernie Madoff got caught because there was a recession. And when there's a recession and an economic downturn and there's fear throughout the economy, that's when the rubber meets the road. That's when people start reaching out and saying, okay, all that money you've been holding for me? I need that money by tomorrow. And if you don't have the money, like if the money is out there somewhere, if you've got it planted somewhere in an investment where the paper loss is extreme, then you're going to pretty much get caught with your pants down. But maybe if they had called you a month later, you would have had the money. Do you understand? Right? So what happens with a Bankman Fried or a Bernie Madoff, and this is again not to excuse their behavior. I think that it was not just criminality, but it was also criminality that was driven by excessive risk taking. It's almost like someone who says, I'm going to take a risk by breaking the law. I'm going to take a risk by using money that I shouldn't be using or making a promise that I may not be able to keep. And I'm hoping that you don't ask me the wrong question at the wrong time. Do you understand? Or maybe somebody who I don't know if your wife has a boyfriend and she brings him by the house and she's hoping that you're not home, that you don't come home at the time her boyfriend's at the house, right? So basically, because if you come home, then you're going to break down the illusion. You're going to say, wait a minute, you were cheating on me, right? Whereas if you come home an hour later, you would say, my wife is wonderful and she's perfect and she's an amazing person, right? So the thing that's really um that I see with that is that crypto's future, similar to the future of a Sam Bankman-Fried, is highly dependent upon what happens with other factors that are unrelated to the quality of their ability as an investor. I don't believe at all that Sam Bankman-Fried is the only person in high finance who has done something that could be defined as illegal. One thing that does happen is that whenever there's a crash, what happens is people start going back and they start doing very detailed forensics and really looking at every little detail to see exactly what you did right. And I guarantee you that 90% of you, if somebody really put a microscope on your life and said, we're going to go through every tax return you've ever filed and verify every single thing you ever wrote off and every little thing you've ever done, they would probably find something. They would probably, there's a chance that they would find something and say, oh wait, look at this, wait, you filed a bank loan in you got a bank loan in 2017, and you said your income was 98,200, and we found out your income was only 91,400, so that that's illegal because you lied on your form, and so now we're going to prosecute and all these other things, right? So effectively, when I think about the future of crypto, I think about the Sam Bankman-Frieds, in the sense that a lot of people don't even know, for example, that the investments that Bankman-Fried made with the money that he was not supposed to use. So again, I want to be 100% clear. He did break the law. He deserved, what he got, and I'm not here to defend any of that. But a lot of the investments he made with that fake money, or the money he wasn't supposed to have, those investments did extremely well. They Once the sky cleared and once the crypto winter ended, they had a dilemma. They said, okay, so we're claiming this guy stole people's money, but what do you do if the money is there? Like, what do you do if like, what do you do if you say, hey, you took $1 billion? That was the biggest critique, right? You stole billions of dollars from people, right? Which again, he did. But what do you do if the thief puts the money back and puts an extra $100,000 in the bank account just for good measure, right? Again, I'm not saying that he didn't break the law. Again, I keep going back to that so we don't misinterpret the discussion here. But but that's what he did, right? So it's crazy. So I don't know what Bankman did or how much he took exactly. So let's say he took $1 billion, right? And then the market crashes, because what he did with the money is he took the money, he invested it in stuff, and those investments all plummeted at the same time. Right? So that crypto that he bought for $1 went down to 10 cents. So then the crypto winter ends. So then they say, oh, so you took $1 billion from people because you took the billion, you made these crappy investments, the investments sank down to zero. You're a loser. You stole this money. You're a crook. So while he's on trial, the crypto winter ends. That 10 cent, asset that he bought is now $1.20, and so all the money's back and then some. And they literally got to the point where they said, to our surprise, not only are we able to give every investor all their money back, we're going to give them an 18% premium on that investment. And what I want you to kind of see with this is not just timing in finance and how important that is, but also just the value of time. If in fact, for Bankman Fried, what he probably really wanted, if he could make three wishes and wish for anything on earth, one of the things he would probably wish for is just more time. Like, give me another 2 years. I promise you, it's going to work out. And time is important because Jeff Bezos, if Jeff Bezos had not been given more time, if he'd run out of time, Amazon wouldn't exist, because there were times where Amazon was deep in the red. There was times where Amazon looked like a terrible investment. Bezos tells a story about how he almost had to shut the doors on the company because he needed $1 million. He said, I had to take 60 meetings to raise the $1 million. I got $50,000 per person, and I had to give away 20% of Amazon to raise that $1 million. And now Amazon's worth a couple $1 trillion. So all those people made an amazing ROI on their investment. But if they said, you know what, we don't believe in you, this is where financial psychology comes into play. This is where emotion and belief and perception matters. Perception becomes reality in the world of finance, because if they just said, Jeff, we were going through your history, and we found that you have a marijuana conviction from 10 years ago. So you're a felon, basically, and we don't trust you. We don't believe you. So we're not going to give you any money. Then Amazon wouldn't exist, because they wouldn't have enough faith in him to give him more time. And this is one of the things that makes it hard for Black people, especially Black men, to build businesses, is because your margin of error is very thin. I wrote a whole book about this when I was on the faculty of Syracuse, called "What If George Bush Were a Black Man?" And in this book I wrote in about 2004, was basically to kind of say that we underestimate, from an economic standpoint, how much your prior belief or your confidence in a person or an entity affects the ability of that entity to survive and to thrive. You understand how much perception makes a big difference in terms of the realities, in terms of outcomes. There's a whole statistical theory on this, a whole statistical area called Bayesian analytics, Bayesian statistics, which basically says that if I already have a preconceived belief about you, If I've already got a head full of stereotypes, this is why stereotypes are so dangerous. This is why whenever you hear me yelling and screaming about the way some of these poor female rappers are just dismantling the image of the black woman around the world in a horrible way, or why it's not cool that black men are typecast as athletes, comedians, and rappers. Well, the reason that these stereotypes are important is because if people come up to you and they already see you in a certain way, that's going to impact their belief in whether or not they should invest in you. I'm not going to invest in you if I think that you're an idiot, a thug, a criminal, or a loser. I'm not. And it's my decision to invest in you, society's decision to invest in you, that directly impacts your probability of success. So when I tell you all that 80% of black owned businesses fail, the reason 80% of black owned businesses fail is partly driven by the fact that nobody has faith in black people. Nobody believes that that black man's going to be smart enough to do what Jeff Bezos did. If he ain't got the million, ain't nobody going to give him the million. They're going to say, oh, well, yeah, he's a black guy. And those black guys, all they do is make babies and rap and play basketball and whatever, right? They go to the strip club. They don't sit in the office and grind 14 hours a day to do what's necessary to make a company successful. They're loud and flashy. And if we were investing in him to go and become the next P. Diddy, we'd invest in that. But we're not going to invest in him trying to become the next Jeff Bezos, because black guys just don't do that. So these perceptions and these stereotypes are incredibly important. And so to circle back, when we were talking about crypto a little while ago, you'll know me, I always circle back. I know I might take you around the world, but I promise I'll bring you back. Um, the perception of crypto is incredibly important in terms of the probability of success in crypto. A lot of times when media creates fear, uncertainty, and doubt, they call that FUD. What that does is that directly reduces the value of the asset, because things exist when you want them to exist. It reminds me of how they had that Cinco de Mayo holiday and they said that your ancestors are only alive for as long as you remember them. Or when Peter Pan was talking to Tinkerbell, and Tinkerbell, they asked Tinkerbell, "Do fairies exist?" And she said, "They exist if you believe in them." So the question is crypto going to be successful or is crypto going to fail? Well, crypto will be successful if we believe in crypto. If we all collectively believe in it, then we'll all collectively invest in it. If we all collectively invest in it, then it's going to be successful. But the question then becomes, what's going to happen? How's the public going to feel? And how are the regulators going to react to that? If the regulators come in and create laws that undermine the growth of crypto, and then create enough fear, uncertainty, and doubt that people don't want to invest in crypto, then crypto will ultimately fail. That will be a bad investment. And so one of the beliefs that I have, if you're talking about safe investing, is I don't think you should have more than 7% of your portfolio in crypto. This is not investing advice. This is just my opinion. This is my belief. But I think that if you have more than 7%, definitely more than 10% of your portfolio in crypto, you're taking an unnecessary amount of risk. And I encourage anybody, do all the alternative stuff. I mean, all these other things are a lot of fun. The private, I think investing should be fun. I think investing in things that you love, it adds an extra layer of joy that comes with investing. It does not have to be boring like watching grass grow. It's not just about the money, it's about quality of life. But at the same time, don't walk past the stock market. Don't walk past the wisdom that your grandfather has just because you want to be new and cool. Just because something's new does not mean it's better. People talk about progressive and futuristic and moving forward as if it's always good. No, sometimes you move forward into a place that is worse than where you were before. Just look at integration. That was so advanced and so forward thinking and so futuristic for black people, and it only made our situation worse. It made us worse in terms of education. It made us worse in terms of economics. It made us worse in terms of family structure. So stop thinking that everything that's new is better. Sometimes new ain't better. And stop disrespecting the wisdom of your elders. Your elders know some shit, and you need to listen. You need to listen. And then at least you can move forward without making the same mistake that somebody else made 60 years earlier, because you don't even know your history. You have to know the history. You have to know. You got to hear the stories from your grandmother and grandfather so you can make informed choices. And so to me, because I go through this sometimes where I'll have people people say, Dr. Boyce, we want you to connect more with the youth, and we want you to, and I'm like, yeah, well, I do connect with the youth. I mentor a lot of people. I have young guys I meet with every single day of the week, and I work with them, and I learn from them a lot. But damn it, you're gonna learn from me too. Like I'm not going to just like again, it's an interesting, it's got to be an ecosystem in terms of the relationship that older people have with the youth. It has to be an ecosystem. You learn from me and I learn from you. It cannot be just you following me, because then you're not able to express your creativity and your originality. I get that. But then it can't just be me following you, where I am 53 years old doing TikTok dances because the shit's popular. I'm not doing things because they're popular. I'm not one of your little friends. I'm not trying to be that. I'm not trying to be a 53-year-old who's acting like a 25-year-old, because that's not going to work. That's me literally discounting 30 extra years of wisdom that I've accumulated and putting that all to the side because it ain't hip and it ain't cool, and the rappers don't like it. I don't give a damn about that. We got to make each other better. We have to make each other better. So I would say for sure, based on, if you want a conclusion from today's conversation, every young person needs to be invested. Every single young person who wants to have money, you better invest. Stop thinking that job ain't going to do it for you. That is not going to give you financial security. That's not going to put you where you want to be. You have to invest in something. You have to sacrifice for the future if you want to have a future. Secondly, when you talk about investing, there are basic rules you can follow. Diversification is really important. Never get so enamored with one investment or one stock or one thing that you end up putting everything you have into one space. You have these stories where I saw an NFL player who said he wanted to get his whole paycheck in Bitcoin, and I said, why would you do that? That's the craziest thing in the world. I'm sure it might work out for you, but even if it works out, it's still a stupid decision, because it might have not worked out, and Bitcoin could collapse, and the next thing you know, you've got this worthless amount of money that's coming into your paycheck. That's not very wise. So what you do is you say, okay, I'm going to participate, but I'm not going to dump my whole economic body into that, and what gives you the wisdom to know that that's not the right move is you want to hear those stories about people who did exactly what you're doing, who lost everything. When you're investing, you really don't want to be in a position where you're going to lose everything if something goes wrong. You want to be diversified. That's really important. And then also just being consistent and making investing part of your culture. That's how people win. That's how people succeed. So anyway, these are some thoughts that I had on this topic. I think also from an economic consciousness standpoint, another important thing that I know I did not understand when I was young, but I understand it better as I get older, is that this too shall pass. Sometimes we can get so caught up in a moment where, like you ever see pictures of somebody like from the 70s where literally the dude in the picture was like the coolest, hippest guy in 1974. Like he literally, maybe he looked like Bootsy Collins or something from I don't know, it wasn't Earth, Wind and Fire. It was the P Funk. You ever see those P Funk dudes and how they dressed? Like, let me find a pic. I gotta find a picture. It was the craziest thing. Let me see if I can find. Hold on. Let me see. All right. Um, Let me see if I can find one. And just so you know, I love P Funk, and I also love the greatest group of all time was Earth, Wind and Fire. Like Earth, Wind and Fire is the greatest. I met the guy who was one of the guys from Earth, Wind and Fire, the one that played the guitar, that had the big hair. I met him in Los Angeles, and I was going up to get his autograph, and it was kind of cool. Like he was signing all these autographs with all these people, and he saw me in the crowd, and he just stopped, and he said, brother, he said, I watch you every day. And that was kind of cool. That was like my clout moment, because all the Hollywood people were like, who is this guy? Why is he paying attention to him? But so I'm kind of like an acquired taste. Some people love what I do. Some people don't know who the hell I am and don't care, and I don't blame them. All right, so here's so if you look at like a picture like this, right? To me, when I see like a P-funkish kind of picture, or I see, like the Funkadelic or whatever, or I see my dad's old pictures where he's got the big hat and the fur coat and stuff that looked really cool in the 70s. I wonder if they would, how they felt taking that picture, right? Like in the moment, everything that you're doing is completely lit. Everything you're doing in the moment is hip and cool, and you're the coolest guy on the block. But you look at that same picture 20 years later, it looks crazy. You look ridiculous, right? And at that point, you can only laugh at yourself. You don't take yourself nearly as seriously as you did when you took that picture. And I kind of think about that when it comes to what's trendy with investing. You know, a lot of times I think when we're young, we get caught in a trend and you think that that trend is going to last forever. Like you really think that what you're doing right now is going to be the best move for you forever. Like literally I'm overcommitting to the moment. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I want to kind of, and I think that that overcommitment to the moment is a type of immaturity that we grow out of. You know, and that's it's important to do that because sometimes overcommitting to the moment, for example, can cause somebody to when someone takes their life, like a 17-year-old takes his life because his girlfriend broke up with him, that's overcommitting to the moment because he doesn't realize that he's got the rest of his life to live. And 5 years from now, he won't even care about this girl anymore. But in that moment, it seems like that moment is forever. That moment's going to last a lifetime. I feel the same way about when my mother was pregnant with me when she was 17. They told her, "Well, it'll be easy for you if you just terminate the pregnancy." And my mother was like, "No, this baby's going to grow up. He's got a whole life ahead of him. It's going to get better." And I'm glad she had that perspective because it did. It got better. You know, the financial challenges she had lasted about 2 more years. She married my father when I was 3. Things got better. And now my mother and I have had 50 something years of a wonderful life. I paid her house off. I'm here for her. She benefits in a million ways because I'm here. But if she had only been trapped in the moment, she would have never had any of that. The whole 50 something years of our existence together would disappear. Do you understand? So a lot of times I think that with financial consciousness, one aspect of consciousness is knowing that there's more to your life than what's in front of you. That's my point, right? There's more to life than what you're seeing right now in this particular place. There's a big gigantic world and there's a long time series such that everything that's happening, most things that are happening are eventually going to pass and it's going to become the past. So in fact, maybe a good consciousness exercise as an investor is to try to imagine the year 2030. Like try to meditate and imagine it right now and then think about how you kind of look at the year 2030, right? It seems like it's futuristic, it's way off out there. Nobody's really talking about 2030 in the year 2024. Nobody's talking about 2035, right? But if you go out to 2030, what's interesting to me is that 2030 is to 2024 what 2024 was to 2018. Do you see? And 2018 was just yesterday. Most of you probably remember 2018 like it just happened. And so think about this. Imagine if in 2018 you'd invested to prepare for 2024. Like imagine in 2018 if you just made a series of investments in Bitcoin and different stocks, Apple, Nvidia, whatever, and you just consistently invested that money and you said I'm preparing for the year 2024. I'm going to be I'm struggling now, but I'm going to be in good shape by the year 2024. And let's say you committed to that and you were consistent and you did what you were supposed to do. Think about where you would be. You'd be in an amazing place. But here's the thing. Here's the problem. Here's the trick. This is the mind trick. It's crazy how this happens to all of us. In 2018, we weren't thinking about 2024 like that. 2024 was the future, right? And the future is always like this ambiguous place that we're never going to arrive to, but we always get there every time. Every time. I assume a lot of you are old enough to remember. Any of y'all remember when even the year 2000 seemed like it was way off in the future? Like it was never going to arrive. Like Prince was singing about how he's partying like it's 1999. And and it's crazy to me. It's like, holy shit, like 2000 is a long time ago now. Like that's ancient history. Some of you in here were born maybe after the year 2000. And so time is a sneaky little bastard. It's so sneaky. And but the thing is if you can really gain a connection to it and become very conscious of it and really feel it and flow with it and really respect it and accept it and don't waste it, that's one of your keys to wealth. I've told you all again, as a finance professor, we got to do equations and math. Everything we do is mathematical. The whole language is mathematics. When we've put together these equations that help us figure out wealth and how wealth grows, time is the number one variable in those equations. If you pour enough time into damn near anything that you're doing, you can get to whatever destination you want to get to. If I want to walk from New York to LA and I'm walking 1 inch per hour, walking incredibly slow, but I'm consistently walking from New York toward LA. If I give myself enough time, I can go from New York to LA, back to New York, back to LA, back to New York, back to LA, back to New York, back to LA. Do you understand? Time is the key. Time is the key. And where people lose wealth, in my opinion, is they waste time. You waste time. Or you give up on yourself. You say, "Oh, I'm broke right now. I'm gonna be broke forever." So then you start wasting time. And then next thing you know, you broke in 2015, you broke in 2016, you broke in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. Instead of realizing that if I harness the power of time and then shift, just pivot a little bit and do something a little bit different, and I do that little pivot, I commit to that new set of actions and I do it across enough time, then eventually I'm going to be at whatever destination I'm trying to get to. Do you understand? So don't waste time. Like, time is wealth, time is power. Time gives you the keys to the universe, in my opinion. So sit back one day and just meditate and imagine the year 2030 and just say, what am I going to do with this time? And then also, time is a blessing and a gift. We're going to run out of time. We're running out of time right now. We have less time now than we had at the beginning of this conversation. What are you going to do with the rest of the time that you have? And when I say this, I really mean this. I'm serious about this, to the point that it's almost like religious for me. Every year on New Year's, when I get a little bit sad about the fact that another year has gone by, it's a sadness sometimes, but a happiness too, an opportunity, but a sadness, right? You know what I do? I sit down and I budget my time for the year. I have there's 8,760 hours in a year. We're awake for about maybe 5,000 of those hours, and I will budget that time the same way you budget money. I budget time more than I budget money. My time is more valuable than my money. It's easy, and in fact, even when you get more money, it becomes more deliberate, more intentional. It becomes more apparent, because there are people that I can give money to because I've got a little bit of money, but when I give you my time, oh, that means that whatever we're doing better be damn important. Do you understand? So process your time. Your time is your gift. That is your wealth. Use it appropriately and invest it properly, and that is what you will get you where you want to be. All right. So anyway, that's it. I hope it wasn't too preachy. I hope that you gained something from this conversation, and also I hope that your investing journey is going well. We're going to be back tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, every single morning. We do this Money in the Morning economic elevation, financial consciousness training. If you want to get notified when we meet, get on the text list. Just pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, if you live out of the country, I know some of you are out of the country, you can't get on the text list if you're out of the country. So just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. All right, guys. So thank you so much for your time. It was great to see you. I hope you have a wonderful day. See it. It's really, really interesting stuff. And before I begin, I want to say hello to everybody that's here. Who is in here? Who is in the building? I see Calvin McWilliams. Good to see you, Calvin. Devira, Jermaine Trusty. I see AC Salam, Adrian Hilton, Albert Robinson, Amani from our BBS team is here. Amani is a part of our customer support team. So if you have any questions about anything going on in the Black Business School, you can talk to Amani right there in the chat. And or you can actually email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. We have the best support team ever. We take pride in loving the heck out of you and doing everything we can to make you happy. And so I know a lot of you were there with us when we were studying stock options this week in the Prime program. Those who are interested in generating income from stock options, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. I know some of y'all own that stock called HUT. And HUT has been just on fire. And I know one of the students hit me up and said, he said, my stock is way past the strike price. What do I do? And so we talked about that. That was like the FOMO insurance. Remember, we talked about that. And this is a good time. This is what the FOMO insurance is for, in case you were ever wondering why we put that in place. So, but the stock is doing great, and you can't complain when your stocks are going up. When you're making money, I'm really happy for you. So congratulations to everybody that's doing well this week. This is a great stock market, by the way, just as a side note. But anyway, let's dig more into some of what Dr. Anderson is talking about this week. So as you guys know, we've been going through Dr. Anderson's book. His book is called The Black History Reader. And in this book, he is telling us all about the history that we never learned in school, all the stuff that we need to know to move forward with intelligence and integrity, in terms of just sort of knowing what the next steps need to be. You know, how we can really be our best selves, how we can fight the reparations battle in the right way. You need full information, because I will tell you that most of the evidence says to me that we have been lied to like crazy, that the lies are very, very deep. The lies are intergenerational. The lies are based on good old-fashioned propaganda, and I think it's extremely important for us to educate our own. And that's actually going to be one of the themes and discussions we're going to have with our many educational experts that we're going to have at the All Black National Convention. I hope you guys will go ahead and get your tickets and your passes and get ready for the convention. If you want to know more about the convention, it's going to be in Chicago, October 25th to the 27th. And you can learn more at allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Brother Nuri Muhammad is going to be this year's keynote. That's the guy that I chose because I just think that he is amazing. And also Lamar Tyler, the Black Millionaire Maker, he's agreed to come out. We've got some other great people that are coming in terms of Constance Carter, real estate expert. Just so many great people that are going to be there that can really help you enhance your life. Educational experts, relationship experts. My wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, is going to do a healing having event for those of you that want to heal. If you want to go into a space with her, she's got a partner named Lachelle. I don't have Lachelle's last name, but Lachelle is very good at the whole Reiki. She's a Reiki healer. So as I mentioned to you all, undiagnosed, untreated trauma is one of our biggest problems in the community. So we've got trauma experts that can help you heal. We've got a Fitbrit, who's a fitness expert that can help you. You know, we're going to have workout sessions in the morning. Those of you that are in the mastermind, we're going to have a private VIP session for you guys. Also, those of you that are in the Prime program, we're going to have a gathering for the Prime members. So to participate in all of that, I see some of you are asking about it. Just go to allblacknationalconvention.com, get your ticket, and also the discounted hotel rooms are going to run out very soon. So you should probably get on the website, get your discounted room. It's at the Westin, so it's very nice and classy, but not too expensive, right? So like in 2021, it was an amazing convention in Orlando. It was right after the pandemic, kind of still in the middle of it a little bit. And it was really nice, very glamorous and luxurious and beautiful. But I kind of felt like it kind of went a little too far to that end. And so when some of you reached out, I heard you, and when you said that you'd like something that's more affordable for families. So we wanted to sort of find that middle range, you know, nothing dusty, but nothing snobby, right? And so this Westin hotel is very nice and comfortable, and the rates, the rooms are about 130, and we are well designed for kids and everything else. So we're going to cover everything: economics, real estate, crypto. We got crypto experts coming. We've got people that are experts in, again, health and education, relationships, family, all kinds of stuff, because we believe we should be learning from ourselves and from each other. So if you'd like to join us, just go to allblacknationalconvention.com. Half of the tickets, almost all the tickets, I say about 60% of the tickets are sold. So you can kind of make that as you wish. I don't think there'll be tickets at the door, because we're not trying to have a blowout convention. I don't want thousands of people there. I kind of want the right people there. They have the right attitude, so we can keep the right energy. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com. All right, so here is where we are in Dr. Claude Anderson's book. Dr. Anderson wrote a book called The Black History Reader, and you can get a copy of this book at powernomics.com. Every Black child in America, every Black person in America should read this book. Every white person in America needs to read it, but they may not want to read it. But you know what? Hey, it's okay, because this is Black history, the Black History Reader, not the White History Reader. And so, by the way, I want to mention to everybody that just because we love Black history and love Black people, give me a yes if you understand that means I don't sit around here talking about how much I can't stand white folks. Now, I'm gonna be honest about you. I'm gonna tell you what you did, because y'all stole our money. You need to cut that check expeditiously, in the words of my friend T.I., who actually bought some. I found out T.I. bought some flashcards, from some of our financial flashcards, for his kids, which I thought was really cool of him. But anyway, yeah. So someone was asking, do we still have the business school for children? Yeah, it's called Black Millionaires of Tomorrow. It's really good. Kids that go through our program, they know more about finances than 90% of all adults. So feel free to go take a look. It's blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. We also have financial flashcards. If you go to drboycebooks.com, you can find the flashcards, workbooks. We got a lot of tools that you can use to educate your kids in economics. You guys know I'm a finance professor, a real PhD, not an honorary PhD, not a weekend PhD, like a real PhD. This is what we do. And so we got a ton of educational material. So feel free to take a look at that. But anyway, let's keep reading here. So in this book, which is the Black History Reader, on page 150, Dr. Claude Anderson talks about something that's a really interesting, delicate, and really very powerful emotional issue in the community, which is the way policing is done toward black people, the way cops are trained to treat us. And my father, was a police officer for many years, so I saw all sides of that. I saw the best, I saw officers at their best, and I saw officers at their worst. The racism is 100% real. And I was explained, a guy did explain to me that the historic job of police officers is to protect the rich from the poor and the white from the black. And so, especially back in the day, if you were black and you were in a special session special section of the city, you would be stopped just because you were there, right? All these things are very, very real. We know the history here. Now, here's what Dr. Anderson says. He says there is a pattern to this. There's a historical precedent of this, and understanding this can help us understand what's happening now. So let's read this. He says here, question 49 on page 150 of the Black History Reader. He says, why is the pattern of black men killed by white law enforcement personnel so acceptable and so entrenched in society? He says, for centuries, America has been a killing field for young black men, especially by white law enforcement. Although a long historical pattern, incidents in recent years have been troubling. In nearly every instance, courts and juries allow those who profile, beat, or kill young black men to go unpunished. Why? Because the underclass status of blacks, which caused them to have unique historical experiences, is codified in this nation's revered founding documents. The Constitution of the United States and the Bill of Rights declare America a land of exceptionalism, the cradle of democracy, and a nation that values immigrants. Blacks were exceptional too. They were the nation's only non-immigrants. They were valued only as human property, entitled to be treated just like field animals. This lack of respect for a black man's life, rights, and contributions became infused into the nation's national spirit and codified into the legal and political infrastructure. America's perception of black men was framed by the U.S. Supreme Court's infamous 1857 Dred Scott decision. A black slave declared that he was free because he had visited and temporarily lived in a free state. The Supreme Court ruled, however, that, quote, a black man has no rights which a white man is bound to respect. This infamous ruling, never reversed in over 150 years, has been locked into the culture and collective American psyche and passed down from generation to generation of ethnic whites. The first lesson immigrants learn when they come to this country is that they are prized and valued over native black Americans. This prevailing attitude impacts every aspect of how our political and law enforcement systems view and treat blacks. This nation's public policies of benign neglect and political correctness further depreciated the value and rights of black Americans. Those policies were constructed to kill off the black civil rights movement of the 1960s and to make all forms of blackness invisible. The policy of benign neglect, this is where they neglect you and just kind of ignore you, and rather than say directly addressing you, just no attention, no interest, you're just there. This policy of benign neglect took the focus off of blacks and over the course of the next half century morphed into political correctness and diversity, policies that do not distinguish or aid blacks. The views of law enforcement and society in general carry the legacies of slavery, Jim Crow semi-slavery, and the Dred Scott decision. Having relinquished the few concrete gains made during the civil rights movement, blacks have slid back into a powerless underclass status. Blacks, however, should not be treated as guests in America. This nation was founded on the blood, sweat, and labor of millions of blacks who were denied their very humanity and the fruits of their labor. The newly fabricated class groups, especially immigrants, inherit unearned benefits, respect, and rights to which blacks were entitled but never received. The larger society adds further insult to injury when it participates in public dialogue that gives the false impression that all people and groups have contributed equally to the development of this nation. This is a convenient myth. The racial problems between law enforcement and black men will not abate until this nation addresses the exceptional history and achievements of black Americans. Police power is freely exercised against black men who are perceived as obsolete and powerless to do little more than march or riot. The larger society has a responsibility to resolve the long-standing dehumanization of blacks that is contained in the foundation documents and to erase the emanating legal precedents. The tension between law enforcement and blacks will never abate as long as whites own and control 98% of all the nation's wealth. 98% of all the nation's wealth, income, businesses, land, privileges, and all levels of government. The Dred Scott decision must be considered in any serious efforts to analyze the relationship between blacks and law enforcement. Calls for healing, no matter how sincere, will not correct the problem. Understanding the historical context, however, will be a better beginning point. At least both groups would understand the importance of reversing the holding of Dred Scott and the contribution of the U.S. Constitution to the problem. So, according to Dr. Anderson, it seems that he's saying that the Dred Scott decision, in which they clearly stated that a black man has no rights that a white man is bound to respect, that basically a white man is not expected to respect any of the rights of a black man, and that decision was never reversed. So this is the America. Welcome to America. This is the country that you live in, where we are seen as not quite animals, but not quite human, kind of in that middle space. That 3/5 of a person kind of thing. And this does come out when you talk about policing. And I do know that it is interesting that I can find a ton of black neighborhoods with nothing but white police officers, but I can't find many white neighborhoods with nothing but black police officers. Also, I can find a ton of schools that are full of black children that are run by mostly white teachers, but I can't find many schools with lots of white children that are run by mostly black teachers. So, to some extent, some of this disrespect is connected to this idea of a certain segment of society being seen as an overseer class, that their job is to basically be the parent and we're the child. They're the bus driver, we're riding the bus. They own the bus, they drive the bus, they decide where the bus is going to go, and we're just sort of sitting there because the more passengers they have on the bus, the more money that they make. So when they put your children in that school, they make money because your child's coming to school. That's why they want your child at school, not because they care about them. They want them there because they get paid based on these children. So to some extent, you kind of become like a commodity. I always make that comparison with a KFC chicken. The more chickens I have, the more chickens I can sell. So you are to some extent a commodity. Until you take control of that commodity and see the value of that commodity, then it's always going to continue to happen. So effectively, Dr. Anderson seems to believe that the abuse by police is directly connected to ownership and control of this country. And so this is one of the reasons why ownership has to be an incredibly important value that we have in the community, because if you look at police killings and everything else, and if you were to sort it out by, say, I don't know, economic status and educational status and stuff like that, you'd probably notice some variation. You'd notice that they know who they can pick on and they know who they can't mess with. And so ultimately, I think that these things are definitely connected. But it's hard to have the conversation because people think that you're being elitist by saying that we should own things and control things, and then that will make us less vulnerable. But the reality is that is 100% true. So don't let them talk you into being vulnerable. Like who do you trust? Why do you trust someone who has proven that they do not have your best interests at heart? Why would you trust those individuals to protect you and to keep you safe? I don't get that. I don't understand that. So that's what Dr. Anderson's saying. So he says basically there's a history of this kind of treatment, and this is something that is probably not going to go away anytime soon. We're going to have to change that. All right. So here is question number 50. Let's move forward to question 50. This is page 153 of the Black History Reader by Dr. Claude Anderson. The book is at powernomics.com if you want to get a copy. And also those of you who are not on the text list, where I notify you guys every Wednesday night at 8:30 when we meet and we read Dr. Anderson's books, I can send you, just text the word greatness to 87948, all one word. Text the word greatness to 87948, and you'll get a notification when we meet for class next time. All right. So he talks about immigration. This is interesting. Immigration, naturalization. He says, why are the doors open? The doors of immigration open to Hispanics, but closed for Haitians? I don't know. Let's see, Dr. Anderson, what's going on here? He says the primary reasons immigrants from Haiti are treated differently than Hispanics are skin color and the country's historical role in the development of the Western world. The welcome mats for immigrants have always been based on a ranking order of skin color, ethnicity, and country of origin. Hispanics, whether in Europe or America, have always been classified as whites speaking Spanish, therefore entitled to preferential immigration into the U.S. from any country of origin. For Haitians and other persons of African descent, the welcome mat did not exist, except as slaves. So if you come over as a slave, then they're happy to have you. The bias against Haitian immigrants and refugees has a deep-seated historical element that caused great fear in whites in the U.S. For Haiti was the world's first free black nation in the entire Western Hemisphere. It's the first nation where the slaves fought back. and won. When black slaves in Haiti successfully revolted against their French slaveholders, they became a free, independent nation, the first and only instance where slaves were ever able to break free and establish their own independent nation. No other black nation on earth had ever rebelled and overthrown their white colonial powers. The slave revolt in Haiti hit America hard. President George Washington and Secretary of State Thomas Jefferson, who were both slave owners, supported France in its efforts to suppress the Haitian slave revolt, but to no avail. So they supported the slaveholders. These are your heroes. These are the people that you're told to look up to. I don't know why you would look up to someone who enslaved your great grandparents, but that's what we're taught to do. It is remarkable that black Haitians defeated Napoleon Bonaparte's army, which was France's most effective military force. They also defeated the military forces of England and Spain. White slaveholders in the U.S. feared slave revolts would ignite physical hostilities between white society and the millions of blacks they held as slaves, so they started getting nervous. The military success of the slaves in Haiti did have a profound effect on slavery and a lasting impact on the way the United States treats Haitians today. Slavery was legalized as an official institution in 1789 with ratification of the U.S. Constitution. 2 years later, in August 1791, Haitian slaves revolted and took control of the island. 4 months later, December 8th, 1791, frightened American slave owners persuaded the U.S. Congress to enact the Second Constitutional Amendment that granted white citizens the right to have militias and required all white males between 18 and 45 to bear arms in the case of slave revolts. How many of y'all knew that? Give me a guess if you ever heard this before anywhere. Has anybody heard that before? Did you learn that? Did they teach you that in your public school? I didn't learn it. They didn't tell me that. That's interesting, right? So according to Dr. Anderson, a lot of these Second Amendment rights are driven by this fear of black people, it sounds like. So let me read that again. This is really interesting. So 2 years later, in August 1791, Haitian slaves revolt. So let me go back. Slavery was legalized as an official institution in 1789 with the ratification of the U.S. Constitution. 2 years later, in 1791, Haitian slaves revolted and took control of the island. So we ratified slavery, we put in the Constitution, and then the Haitians revolt 2 years later. 4 months after that, in December 1791, frightened American slave owners persuaded the U.S. Congress to enact the Second Constitutional Amendment. So the Second Amendment, according to Dr. Anderson and his book, The Black History Reader, which everyone should own, get extra copies. We need to support this man because he did this for us. He's saying that the Second Amendment, all these Second Amendment rights, literally came right out of a fear of controlling black people. That is quite fascinating. So let's keep reading. So he says, so frightened slave owners persuaded the U.S. Congress to enact the Second Constitutional Amendment that granted white citizens the right to have militias and required all white males between 18 and 45 to bear arms in case of a slave revolt. So they started getting nervous. They said, oh my gosh, one day these people are going to realize that we aren't their friends. The fear of possible slave revolts was omnipresent and triggered southern states to organize militias. So they put together militias because they were so afraid that we were going to wake up. There were a few slave revolts in the U.S., but none of them succeeded. The key point in this historical recitation is that the fear generated by the successful Haitian revolt produced a hate and fear in whites toward Haitians. Haiti paid a high price for its military successes. The country was reviled, feared by all white nations of the world precisely for its successful slave revolts, and Haiti was therefore isolated and crushed into deep poverty. The difference between the treatment of Hispanics and the treatment of Haitians seeking citizenship in America reflects racism and the lasting memories of the astounding victories of the Western Hemisphere by the poor, almost defenseless dark people in the most isolated nation in the Americas. The punishment to Haiti for its military achievements and the embarrassment that it inflicted on world superpowers is incorporated into America's enduring international policy. For instance, the 1823 Monroe Doctrine defined any intervention by external powers in the politics of the Americas as a potentially hostile act against the U.S. This prohibits Haiti from getting much foreign political aid from other countries. They cannot help themselves, and the U.S. will not allow others to help them. As recently as May 2017, the Washington Post reported that President Donald Trump's administration was treating Haitians in this country differently from other immigrants. To decide whether Haitians here in temporary protected status should be allowed to stay in the U.S., the administration is taking the unusual step of seeking data on criminal backgrounds and Haitian use of welfare benefits. Hmm. Ooh, and that hits funny knowing that they just having a free for all down at the border right now, and everybody and their mama's coming over here. That's interesting. I'll tell you what was really fascinating to me was um, when I talked to two Latino women. One was Puerto Rican, and another one was from another country. I don't know. And somebody and I think someone had made the suggestion, yeah, Dr. Boyce, you should get your book translated into Spanish. This was years ago, maybe 7, 8 years ago. And she talked to the other lady and she said, well, we need to talk to Boyce about the fact that Hispanic people are really racist. And that was, and I kind of knew it, but I kind of asked her about that. She said, yeah, she said there's a difference between white and black. And it's a myth that because they're from south of the border, that they're somehow in this alliance with black people. If you go down, when I would go, and some of you have been south of the border, but I'll tell you what my experience was. Most of the countries I went to in South America or even Central America and all that, pretty much you would see the areas where it would be all white, nothing but white people, just white people speaking Spanish. And the black people would always be like over in some other neighborhood. Like they would be on the black side of town. And if you saw a black person on the white side of town, it was usually somebody who was working for a white person. It's like a Spanish plantation, basically. That's kind of the feeling, the vibe that I got. And so maybe because we were Americans, we didn't feel it quite as much. But then again, though, I'm not good at picking up on whether or not somebody likes me or not because I don't give a shit. So basically, it's like maybe they didn't like me. Maybe they looked at me and said, that Negra, blah 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 blah. I don't care. You can think whatever you want about me. You don't like me, I don't like you either. So what? I like myself. That's enough for me. All right. So let me keep going here. All right. So here, the first naturalization law of 1790 permitted wait. Let me make sure. Okay, the first naturalization law of 1790 permitted immigration only by Europeans. So this is how America went from being, I want to say 30 or 40% black to being like 13% and dropping. It's dropping. It's dropping a lot because the policies. I mean, you know what's happening right now, right? We're importing all the voters so they can replace black people because black people are starting to wake up. All right. So, the first naturalization law of 1790 permitted immigration only by Europeans. In the 1960s, Congress modified that law in immigration policies. It replaced skin color preferences with country of origin, rank ordered based upon the historical number of immigrants who had migrated from Europe, Asia, and Middle Eastern and African countries. Since the ancestors of black slaves were never officially classified or registered as immigrants, the immigration quota for persons from black nations like Haiti was set at less than 1%. So what they said is that we're going to base the quotas on the historical record of how many people from your country have been let into the country before. Well, before that date, they didn't let black people in. So when they set the quota, they set the quota damn near close to zero. So this really did something in terms of really watering down the population. Okay, so let's keep going here. Civil rights leaders who had started making the shift from black to minority, people of color, and other euphemisms went along with the change in immigration law from European white to country of origin. The civil rights leaders did not have the support of sophisticated think tanks and were unable to foresee the devastating impact the new immigration policies would have on native blacks. The new immigration policy gave preferences to persons from Mexico and poor Central and South American countries seeking political asylum rather than economic opportunities. Using the new immigration focus in the 1960s, the John F. Kennedy administration initially initiated and approved a Cuban refugee program, which opened the floodgates to millions of Cubans who obtained citizenship in America for political as well as economic opportunities. Nearly 100% of Cuban refugees were classified as white. Are y'all hearing that? Nearly 100%. So they were importing white people. That's what he's saying here. They weren't importing black people because you can get quite a few. There's quite a few in Africa, but they didn't want that. They needed to make sure you were outnumbered. So nearly 100% of Cuban refugees were classified as white. Only a few dark or black Cubans entered the United States. So even when they brought Cubans over, they didn't want the black Cubans, they want the white ones. Haitian refugees have been treated with extreme prejudice. Their escape boats have been intercepted, pushed back into the water, the people left to drown. Those who made it to the U.S. have been deported, incarcerated, and rejected because of the interpretation that they seek economic opportunities rather than political asylum. Until Haitian refugees are reclassified and treated in a similar manner to Hispanics, including Cubans, an ethnic group within the category of Hispanics, Haitian refugees will continue to be treated with extreme bias. The 40 million legal and illegal Hispanic immigrants who came to this country did not come to seek asylum. They came here seeking money and a better life. The basis for rejecting Haitians is historical fear, inherent racism, Haiti's abysmal poverty, its African-based culture, low education levels, and most importantly, because an increase in Haitians could increase the political and economic potential of Black Americans. The nation's doors are not now and never have been open to all who seek the American dream. So the American dream, according to Dr. Claude Anderson, it exists for people who are not Black. There is no such thing as the American dream for Black people, at least not one that's open. Now, what I'm going to say is I believe that there is an American dream available for us if we learn how to change our thinking. I don't have confidence that those who run this system are ever going to hand a Black man or Black woman a true American dream. I do not feel that way. But I do think that there is a dream available to you, but you have to understand what that dream is supposed to be. And we talk about that during our financial consciousness training that we do every single morning. You guys can come in if you haven't been. I think you're going to like it. And the goal is really to say, okay, what does it mean to be free, and how do we really get there? What does freedom look like? What does economic freedom look like? And how does that unlock all the other kinds of freedom that exist? And I argue that freedom definitely starts with your mind. And once it starts in your mind, it translates into your actions, because a free mind takes action on the things that are going to create that liberation. And then the money, the economic freedom, see, the economic freedom just becomes a consequence of the fact that you freed your mind and you freed your body and your actions. So you're taking actions of a free person, which means that you're going to end up feeling freer in every single way. So freedom to me means, at the very least, releasing all the burdens of everything that was taught to us that isn't getting us to where we want to get to. For example, freedom when it comes to health, mental and physical health, might mean really assessing and critically analyzing everything that you've taught to think about yourself, all of the trauma, undiagnosed, untreated trauma that you carry on your back that's weighing you down and keeping you from being your best self, ruining your relationships, etc. It might mean looking at the food that we're told to eat, and the fact that they market crappy food in our neighborhoods the most, because they believe that we're the least conscious about what we're eating. Because if you're in struggle mode, you don't have time to worry about if you're eating vegetables or a cheeseburger, right? And maybe freedom also looks like just consistent across the board financial literacy training for every single one of our kids. If all of our children are consistently taught economics, we can do better than everyone else. We can be better than everyone else. We can beat the hell out of everybody else. I don't think that it's a matter of trying to catch up. All these gaps, like we want equality and closing these racial wealth gaps and all that. I don't want to close no gap. I want to kick your ass. I want to win. I don't want to tie for fifth place. I want to get first place. I believe our kids can get first place. And I know for a fact, we know for a fact that when our kids focus on anything that they do, they always dominate. That's what our people, whenever we just dig into something, we get into tennis, we're taking over tennis. We go start playing golf, we take over golf, right? Whatever it is, whatever we put our mind to, we can take that over. So why not take over the game of economics? We already agree that money matters. We already know how important money is. So if money matters and money's important, then why are you wasting your time on so many things that don't matter? Why are we wasting our kids' time on so many things that are unimportant when we're neglecting the things that are important? So this to me, these are consciousness questions that you want to ask yourself, so you really know how to confront this nonsense. Look, what Dr. Anderson has explained to us in these 2 chapters, which is very depressing, is that they just don't like you. They never liked you. They want to shoot your son because there's a history to that. It's like, yeah, he's Black. We gonna make sure our fofo gonna make sure all his kids don't grow. That's the mindset. They don't want to see your son grow old. They don't want to see you living a safe, healthy, happy life. And if something tragic happens to you, no one's gonna really care unless you care about yourself. And then also he's saying that historically, and I've known this actually, but I'm glad he articulated it so well. When you talk about immigration policy has never been to the benefit of Black people. So the idea that we are taught to support just anything that they want to do in terms of immigration is incredibly flawed thinking. It is incredibly flawed thinking. We can't sit here and just say, "Oh yeah, well that if so and so, if our favorite politician says it's okay, or if so-called Black leaders, which really are Negro managers, if the Negro managers say it's okay, then we're going to go along with it." No, I'm not going along with anything Al Sharpton says because I know he's getting paid. I know that man. I know that man's making money from this. I'm not saying you can't be a Democrat or Republican. You can do whatever you want, but I'm saying most of the so-called Black leaders are not they're not really thinking about you first. They're thinking about themselves first, and then they're thinking about their bosses first. They're thinking about who's paying the bills first. Okay, so ultimately this is the dilemma we face. The good news is that we have smart people in our community. We have lots and lots of scholars, thinkers, teachers, activists, parents, bricklayers, carpenters, business people, experts in all categories that can help us solve these issues. And I don't think you have to solve all the world's problems at once. Sure, it would be nice if we had $100 billion to work with, but you start with what you've got and you make the most of what you have. You preserve those resources and target them in the right way. One of the biggest resources you have is your mind and your time. Right. And then if you're focused and you spend your time and your mind is focused on the problems that matter and everybody's sort of chipping in and fixing something, whatever that looks like, then guess what? You get positive outcomes from that. Good things can occur. So let me you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to read one more section from Dr. Anderson's book. And by the way, I know some of you were asking about, we did that session this week on how to invest in the stock market. I know some of you could not make it, but Amani is in the chat. If you want to get the recording or you want to join the Black Stock Market Program, I think Amani, if can you get the code if somebody wants to join at that 82% discount for everybody that's in the book club? If you want to still get that discount, you can. It's 82% off now and forever, right? So the monthly fee for my stock market program is $89. I think it drops is like 16 bucks. And the code, I think it expired yesterday, but we can extend it for another day. So just talk to Amani in the chat and she can take care of you. Or you can also email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they can help you out. And then another thing too is that if you want to get a copy of my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, or our financial flashcards or workbooks for children or anything, feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and use the code word book club, and that'll take 30% off anything in the store. So use the code word book club, all one word, drboycebooks.com. All right, so what Dr. Anderson asks here on page 156 of the Black History Reader is question 51. Is America now or has it ever been a colorblind society? That's a trick question. He says, America is not a colorblind society, nor has it ever been. It has always been color conscious and color specific, even before it existed as a formal entity. High minded talks about color blindedness and individual merit maintains the racial status quo and reinforces the historical pattern of race based exclusion. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. mistakenly thought the Constitution was colorblind, when in fact it was very color specific. The drafters knew they were consigning blacks to be property, equal to field animals. They intentionally denied blacks the fruits of their labor, education, votes, and personal movement. So when King and the civil rights movement pushed for a colorblind society, it was lofty rhetoric that they could not have imagined how those words would be used against their cause. Conservative social forces captured the concept of colorblind equality, watch this now, and perverted the meaning to take color out of race. This well-meaning but unwise rhetorical phrase gave whites a tool to destroy corrective efforts for blacks. You know how they always say we don't want to discriminate, so that's why we're not going to pay you reparations because that will be racist, right? That's what he's talking about. The color-specific Articles of Confederation and the U.S. Constitution were designed to be the nation's first affirmative action plan for the specific purpose of enriching, empowering, and valuing white skin by distributing to them nearly 100% of the nation's wealth, land, and privileges. The second purpose of the founding documents was to control, exploit, and subordinate all who did not possess white skin. As the nation's need for free labor and later cheap labor increased, a ranking order of skin color preference emerged and institutionalized itself in the social fabric of the society and its immigration policies. The intentional allocation of everything of value into the hands of whites created racial inequality, which was used to justify separating whites from blacks in all things. Colorblind rhetoric allowed whites plausible deniability for responsibility for the socioeconomic conditions of Black America. Skin color was at the heart of the 1896 case of Homer A. Plessy, a light-skinned black man who believed he had the right to sit in the white section of a rail car, but was ordered to move to the black section. Plessy's response was to file a major lawsuit, Plessy versus Ferguson, a case that eventually worked its way to the U.S. Supreme Court. The responsibility of the Supreme Court is to uphold the U.S. Constitution. Therefore, it has always functioned as the guardian of the racial status quo in America. The court carried out its charge and ruled against Plessy, saying he lacked the required skin color qualifications to sit in the privileged and best seats on the train. This Supreme Court decision further institutionalized racism and legally marked the beginning of Jim Crow segregation laws. Justice John Marshall Harlan, the only dissenter, he's the dissenter now. Maybe he's an ally. Maybe some of them are out there. I don't know. The only dissenter wrote the minority position in the court's ruling. He argued that the U.S. Constitution ought to be colorblind based upon the 13th and 14th Amendments of the Constitution. That was the first use of the term colorblind in the law. Justice Harlan was ignored, and mainstream society was racially segregated by law for another 50 years. Affirmative action skin color preferences and privileges were maintained for whites. During that time period, those with white skin continued to own and have access to the best communities, schools, food, housing, medical services, clothing, employment opportunities, and control of the government. With the Black Civil Rights Movement of the 1960s came a demand from Black citizens for whites to share and redistribute some of their ill-gotten privileges, preferences, and resources. Blacks wanted an affirmative action plan to restore the damages done to Black people. Like Justice Harlan, they wanted a colorblind society that did not consciously exclude and abuse Blacks based on skin color. Instead, they wanted whites to recognize Black skin in a positive way and redistribute resources to them based upon a skin color preference. Conservatives were not to be outsmarted. They went back to the original social construct of the founding documents and flipped the script on Blacks. Whites began to champion the words of Dr. King's dream of Blacks being, quote, judged by the content of their character rather than the color of their skin, end quote. Anybody remember that quote? Anybody remember that? Judged by the content of their character rather than the color of their skin. Conservatives pretended that society was already colorblind and that it would be a travesty to show preference to Black skin. Some Blacks mounted a weak dissent, but as a group, they were outmaneuvered. Policy and laws therefore remained very color conscious in favor of whites and color blind toward Black Americans. The concept of colorblind makes Blacks invisible and unnecessary. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I'm depressed. If I smoked weed, I'd probably be like lighting one up right now. I just don't smoke. So I think I'm gonna go watch Netflix with my wife. It's like the more you know, the angrier you get. But thanks to Dr. Anderson. He's my hero, man, because he's the guy that has dissected all this for us. He's breaking it down. He's helping you understand where this is coming from. Okay, this makes sense now. You know, these court cases and putting it into context. I heard about Plessy versus Ferguson and all that, but I didn't know how it connected to this. Right? What he's doing is he's building, he's using history to create those building blocks to build the world that you live in. The world that you live in was built by history. So when you understand the building blocks and the DNA of the institution within which you stand, then you understand that institution much better than you would otherwise. If you just dropped in the middle of it, your consciousness is very flat. You don't understand why things are the way they are, how they got to be this way, how white people got all the wealth. You know, and the people will lie all day and just make you believe that they got everything because they were smarter than us, they were harder working, they didn't do bad things, they didn't break the law, and we know none of that is true. And obviously, reparations is an appropriate solution to this issue. It's a very important political issue that I'm certainly committed to. But I also think that there are other methods through which we can actually achieve what we're looking for. And I think really figuring out what you're looking for is really what's important. And so I encourage you to go back to the basics, go back to the basics of what it means for you and your people that you love, you and your people, you and yours, to have a good life. What does that look like? We talk about how being black can be so hard and just what the challenges are. And yes, the challenges are real. We know that they're hard. But what does it look like for a black man or black woman to have a quality life? And so if you want to know what the central focus of the All Black National Convention is for this year, our theme, in fact, is that you are your own black leader. That basically the black leadership is not some guy on TV. It's not some super Negro who's standing up in front of everybody in the pulpit. It's not some politician. You are your own black leader. You are the person that can lead yourself and the people you love to the life that you expect to have. And I would focus on those three key areas: health, wealth, and relationships. What does it mean to be physically and mentally healthy as a black person? Well, it means healing. It means thinking about what you eat. Maybe it means basic things like exercising. That's why I talked to you guys about the exercise I did that morning, hoping that maybe I can inspire you a little bit. And then you think about wealth. Well, what is wealth really? What is financial security really? What does that really mean? Well, at the very least, it means that money is no longer an obstacle for you to do the things you need to do to have a quality life. Like, money is not going to block that from happening, right? What else does it mean? Well, it also means that a financial surprise or financial shock isn't going to throw you off because you're prepared for that. It also might mean that no one can control you. They can't invade your territory and use economic warfare to control you. The reason they wanted all of the student loan payments to start coming out again is because they said we got to force people to come to work. If they're under a lot of debt and they have to pay the student loans, then they got to come to work. They said stop sending them money, stop giving them money so that they'll have to come to work, right? So economic warfare to me means that somebody is using economic power over you to control your behavior. If I can get you intergenerationally out of that curse right there, then you're doing an amazing feat for your children and grandchildren and for yourself. You're really opening the floodgates of possibility in your life. And then that last area, besides health and wealth, there's relationships. What does that mean for a black man and a black woman to have a great relationship where they can build together? What does that mean for two black men to resolve a conflict without wanting to beat each other up? What does that mean for black women to put crowns on each other's heads as opposed to trying to chop each other's heads off because they have jealousy and envy and all these other unresolved issues that might exist? What does that mean for us to work together in a business and to be able to get along well enough to accomplish something amazing? What does that look like? Do you understand? So all these are the problems that we're solving. This space is a sacred think tank. This is a space where we're sitting here and we're talking together and we're saying, okay, how do we solve this problem? What's the solution? How do we make this right? And so I think that through that kind of effort, we can give ourselves a propulsion system that will be far stronger than any reparations check ever would be. I'm not saying that I don't support it. I want reparations as much as a lot of you do. I'm in 100% agreement that we deserve reparations. I would fight for that all day, but I just don't have faith in those people. I don't have faith in them to do the right thing. I don't have faith in politicians. I don't have faith in. I don't have faith. I don't have faith in half of our community. So to be honest with you, I mean, I just don't. I don't. Some of the stuff that's happening is so crazy. It's ridiculous, but I do have a lot of faith in you. I do. I have a lot of faith in us. I have a lot of faith in me. I have a lot of faith in my wife. I have a lot of faith in Lavana Hawkins, right? I see you in the chat, right? I have a lot of faith in you because I really believe that you are the superhero that you're waiting for. Like, you really are. And so I encourage you, keep doing the work, keep learning, keep thinking, keep processing. Keep working on the little things, like what it means to be a good and productive person that gets up and does their best every day, that does a little bit better today than you did yesterday, that spreads goodness through the world, that spends their life trying to elevate the condition of those around them, being a blessing to others. I know it probably sounds corny and almost stereotypical for me to say this, or what's the word? Cliche, like to be a blessing to others. It probably sounds goofy to some people, but no, that's really true. If I go into every situation and I say, my goal is to be a blessing to the people that I care about, then that makes me a better man than I would be if I say my goal is to take something from people that I care about. Do you understand? So be a blessing to yourself, be a blessing to others. Let's keep on doing the work. And I truly believe that that is the solution. That's the blessing. That's the gift that God put on the table, and we just got to open the damn thing. So that's it, guys. I hope that this was helpful for you, this discussion. If you want to get on the text list and get notified when we meet next week for our Powernomics training, we do this every Wednesday night at 8:30. You can text the word greatness to 87948. Text greatness to 87948. Also, if you want to know about the All Black National Convention, it's going to be Chicago, Illinois, October 25th through the 27th. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com. We're going to have all kinds of experts and panels on everything from education to family to stock market investing, real estate investing, how to buy land in Africa. Someone's gonna do a session on that. We got experts in everything. It's an amazing space. It's the largest gathering of intelligent Black people in history anywhere ever. And also it is completely independent. So this is no corporate sponsorship. This is not Black leadership brought to you by McDonald's. This is not brought to you by the Democrat or the Republican parties. This is something that we're funding ourselves and we've created ourselves, and it's damn good. And the solutions are proper and powerful, and they get things done. So have a good day, everybody. We'll see. Welcome. So good to see you. I hope you all are doing well. I hope you're having a great day. Welcome to Money in the Morning, aka Financial Consciousness Training, aka Economic Elevation. This is where I teach you the art of economic elevation every day by encouraging you to become financially conscious, because a lot of people want money, but they don't understand how to get it. They don't understand how money works. They don't understand what it means to be aware of money. And like I always say, if you can't see the money, you'll never be the money. So I want you to have the money. And so that's what we talk about every morning. So just a reminder, in case you're new, this is what we do. And the goal is to do this every single day, 7 days a week, because we are forming habits. Habit formation is a critically important part of any wealth building process. If you have the right habits, then you can win. And I really just want us to win. So, good morning, AC Salam. I see you in there. Who else is in here? I see Mandla and Kosi. Akila, good morning. James Keller, good morning. Al Reed, April Austin, I see you. Esther Matthews, Chris, Kamisha, Alice Jackson, Jay Kelly, Jackie, Frederick, Sharonda Bay, good to see you. Larry Graham, Khaleesi, Game of Thrones. I watched House of the Dragon last night, which is a Game of Thrones show, which is really, really good. So let me know, give me a quick yes if you can hear me. Let me know you can hear me okay. I want to make sure my audio is good. I wanted to jump us right into the conversation today because I saw, in case you guys don't know, again, some people are new. So if it seems like I'm repetitive, it's because I'm deliberately repetitive, number one, because that's how you form new habits. But then also, I can be repetitive because sometimes people come in for the first time and they haven't seen all the amazing stuff that we've all been doing together for the last 10 years. Some of y'all been hanging out with me for 15 years or so. I have to kind of re-up sometimes. So I hope that's okay. But then also what I found is that repetition is one of the keys to success. Well, repetition is kind of the way you really change culture. A lot of the things that we are trained to do, the things that we're trained to believe, whether it's about money or life or anything else, comes from just repetition. That's it. And so ultimately, when you're talking about who you are and how your brain is made up, I really want you to become aware of the subconscious mind. My wife is a therapist. She's an expert on the subconscious mind. And so talking to her really helped me understand that the biggest challenge that we have as Black people when it comes to wealth is related to the programming of our subconscious mind. Our mind has been programmed to see the world in a certain way and to see money in a certain way. And so you have to change the way you see money. If you don't if you don't change the way you see money,
then you are going to pretty much get whatever they want you to have. You're going to get whatever the people before you had, your parents, your grandparents, stuff like that. You're going to take the generational curses and embrace them, as opposed to deciding conscious discernment of which of these generational traditions that you're going to hold on to and which ones you're just going to throw out with the garbage, because some of the stuff is garbage, and I don't want you inheriting garbage, nor do I want you passing financial STDs down to your children. If you don't know what a financial STD is, it's all in my book, Financial Lovemaking, actually. If you go to drboycebooks.com, the book is there. I wrote this book when I was on the faculty of Syracuse, and I wrote Financial Lovemaking because I was really fascinated when I was on the faculty there by how many people ruin their lives when it comes to money. Just how many bad decisions are made when it comes to money, how many bad outcomes in relationships happen because of money. How many times I remember one time, I was about 31 years old, and I saw this guy he was a white dude, and he went to college with me, but I didn't know him in college. We went to the same school, we were in the same business school at the same time, but we did not know each other. And so I saw him, though. It was kind of cool. Like, you see somebody that's an alum of the same school that you went to, and you're like, hey, how you been? How's your life? How you doing? And I'll never forget. This guy was, oh gosh, I had something in my teeth. Sorry. This guy was so depressed. I never forget how sad he was. And I was sad by seeing how sad he was, and I said, so it's he said, man, things haven't gone well. And I was like, really? Okay. So what's going on? And he proceeded to tell me that he just got a divorce. And he said that, he kind of lost everything in the divorce. And he was devastated. He was depressed. Like, I really, when I think about this guy, I talked to him. It was over 20 years ago when I talked to him, but he almost sounded like suicidal. Like, he was that sad. And a lot of people don't talk about that. A lot of people don't talk about how just traumatized, people can be when, if you're married or something, and your spouse decides that they want to put you out, or you can't live with your kids anymore, it kind of takes away your sense of purpose. And a lot of times when a person loses their sense of purpose or their reason for being, then part of you is just kind of dead. It's very easy to get to the point where you just say, look, I might as well just go ahead and end it, right? And I don't want to see that happen to anybody, right? I think that that's really sad to see. And so anyway, so let me finish this discussion here on this point. So the poor guy, is telling me about what happened to him, and how bad the divorce was, and how he felt like he got taken to the cleaners in the divorce and stuff like that. And as I was listening to him, I remember kind of thinking about the fact that that he seemed to have sort of made a really interesting, I'm not going to say an error in his relationship. I'm going to say he made a common decision that a lot of people make, where they come in and they have this belief that relationships are solely based on this thing called love. Decision that all you have, that if you got love, all the love is all you need. And I'm not going to say that love is not important, but I kind of feel like love is nice, but love is a little bit better when love is accompanied by this thing called common sense. And typically those two do not go hand in hand. Typically when love is in the building, common sense goes out the window, and because there's something weird that happens. And I was so fascinated with relationships and love and how people act so crazy when they fall in love. Give me a yes. Who's ever been crazy in love, or ever looked back and didn't understand what you did or why, or look back and said, what was I thinking? Like, why did I trust that person? Or why did I let that person have the keys to my car? And, why, what was going on? And so I was going through that myself. I was 20, about maybe late 20s. I started to think back on that and say, gosh, why does love turn me into a crackhead? Like, what is going on here? Like, why do my personality changes? This is nuts. And so long story short, here's what, I concluded is that basically love is it's God's little trick, honestly, where your brain gets filled up with all these really powerful hormones and chemicals that cause you to the dopamine rush is so strong that you just aren't rational. You're not logical. You're just literally, it's literally like somebody injecting a drug in your veins every single day for at least the first 6 to 9 months, and sometimes longer. The first 6 months is really powerful. I remember a specific chemical called phenylethylamine. Phenylethylamine I haven't seen it in too many other contexts, but I think it's related to dopamine. I got to go really do some research on it. And literally, they just said that you're just not rational. You're not logical. They even said, if you end a relationship and then you start another one and then you say, oh, we should get married because we love you. They said, don't do that because you're just reacting because the first kiss was so great or the sex is good or you're just excited about this new person and you're going to make a bad decision. So long story short, when you talk about this mix between love and money, it becomes a very dangerous mix, almost like mixing prescription drugs and alcohol. When you're mixing the two, you got to do it really carefully. And because if you do it wrong, it can be really bad. So in light of maybe in honor of that poor guy who was financially devastated after his divorce, I thought that I would share something else that I saw this morning that got me thinking. So I put this, and I put the post up on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance, and I need y'all to follow me at Dr. Boyce Finance because I had a big Instagram page with 600,000 people, and Mark Zuckerberg's people just decided to take it down. I have no idea. It made me sad, but that's life. You just rebuild and you keep on moving. But in case you're wondering where I'm at on Instagram, it's Dr. Boyce Finance. And to prepare for next time they take me down, which it's going to happen. It always does. I have another backup page called Dr. Boyce Money. So if you go to Dr. Boyce Money and Dr. Boyce Finance, you can follow me there. And on this post, there's basically a guy kind of warning other men. He says, newsflash, you'll never be the man in a house that is owned by a woman. You're just there for the bills. And in the post, which again, it's on my Instagram, it pictures this guy. He's sitting there. For some reason, he has no shirt on, and he has his suitcases next to him, and he's sitting outside with no shirt, looking sad and reflective, like something happened, and he got put out or something, and he's sad and devastated about his relationship. And so I thought about this, and I said, okay, so this to me is, and I don't like stuff that contributes to what I call the gender wars. The gender wars are pretty intense right now in some segments of the community. You have a lot of hurt people that hurt people by saying hurtful things about other people. So you got men who just complain, they get on the internet and they complain about women all day. And then you got women who complain about men all day. And I'm not a person that believes you solve a problem by complaining about it. Again, remember, I'm a mathematician, and I've never run into a mathematics problem that you ever solve by complaining or whining about it or getting angry at the chalkboard because the problem was too hard. I just come from a space where you solve the problem, right? So I don't understand the complaining culture, but so I say that we embrace the problem solving culture. So here's what I'm saying. I'm going to break this down. This is our financial consciousness exercise for today. So there's the one side where the guy's saying, if you're there just paying the bills and she owns the house, you're not the man of the house. You're just there to pay the bills. Okay, I hear that, right? You feel like you're an accessory. You're not really getting much benefit from your contribution. Okay, that's fine. But then the other side of that I've seen is examples where a woman was in a relationship with a man for a very long time, made significant contributions to the man, and did not get financial benefit from that, did not get ownership or control of anything during that time. I remember when I was a kid, I had a friend whose mother wanted to take her own life, and because and she was one of those interesting. I used to be really fascinated when I would go visit my white friends because their parents they were so open about stuff. They would just tell you stuff that you don't tell kids. That in my house, my parents didn't tell me grown folks' business. They just didn't do that. But this lady she told us all her business. And I was like 16 or 17 thinking, I don't really need to know all the problems of a 38-year-old. Who does that? But maybe that's just me. Maybe that was just my family. Like my parents, they never argued in front of us or anything. Right. And I'm glad that they didn't, because I didn't want to hear about the problems of 35 and 40-year-olds when I was a teenager. So just keep that in mind. Some of y'all be fighting in front of the kids and all that. Don't do that. It's hard enough to be a kid. But this lady would tell me all her business. And one thing that I remember her telling me was that her husband, she met her husband in college. He was going to be a dentist. And because he was going to be a dentist, she felt like that was the reason why she didn't have to finish school. This is back in the day where you went to college just to get a man, right? Or some women did, not all women. A lot of black women didn't do that, but a lot, that happens, right? So she marries this guy, and they live happily ever after for about 22 years. and they live the exact life she thought they were going to live. They get a big house. They live in the nice suburb. They have boats and they take trips and they live in the fine life. But then when they get in their 40s, I guess he got restless and he starts to have an affair with his 23-year-old assistant secretary or something. And eventually he leaves with this lady and decides he wants to be with the young girl. And so he trades in the 40 for 220s, I guess. I don't know. And anyway, so eventually what happens is that she says, I was stuck. I was paying, or he was paying all these bills. Our kids were in private school. The mortgage was sky high. She said my resume was dusty because I hadn't worked in 20 years. I didn't know how to make money. And so she said that she was so devastated that that's what led her to feel like she had to take her own life. And that story never left me. It always stuck with me. And it was my first introduction to how various financial and career decisions can really put us in a tough spot. And it's not so much that she made a bad choice. Because in my view, she made the choice to trust the person she loved. I don't think that's a terrible choice. I don't think that makes you a stupid person. I don't think that that's bad. I just think that sometimes things change, right? And in finance, and actually, before I move on, I want to ask everybody: can y'all hear me? Give me a yes if you can hear me, because I see a couple of you are mentioning audio challenges. Are y'all able to hear me? Okay, I see a lot of yeses. James, Ferran, Gabe. Okay, all right. So thank you for saying yeah. For those who can't hear as well as you'd like, maybe hit the reset button or turn your volume up or reboot or something like that, or maybe it's your Wi-Fi. I apologize. I wish I could come in your living room and talk to you directly, but I can't. So I just want to double check that. Okay, so in finance, they have this whole theory, this whole area, this whole field of research that some academics dedicate their lives to, called optimal contracting. And optimal contracting is related to another area called moral hazard. And basically what moral hazard represents, some of you have heard me talk about this. If you've been hanging out with me long enough, you've heard it, but it's okay. It's okay to rehash old concepts sometimes so we can really understand them. A moral hazard basically is the risk that things are going to change. That's it. It's the risk that the shift in your power dynamic is going to occur, and that's going to change people's behavior. Like, for example, the example of the moral hazard problem that I bring up in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, is I talk about when you loan money to somebody. So give me a yes if you understand. I bring this example up because a lot of us have gone through this. Let me know if you've ever noticed that when somebody wants to borrow money from you, that broke ass cousin who's always got a financial problem, when they come to you and ask you for money, they're always very polite. They're always, just, contrite. They're willing to concede anything. Yeah, because, I'm just having a hard time and I could just, and I just, this happened and that happened. And I promise I'm going to get paid on Thursday. And as soon as I get paid, I'm going to find out where you at. Okay, what's your number? All right, which number you use? Okay, what time? Where you going to be at 2 o'clock? Okay, I'm going to come to your house. No, you don't have to come to, no, I want to come to you. I want to give you the money personally. And also, I promise you, I'm going to pay you as soon as I get, in fact, when I get my check, I'm going to walk over to the check cashing place and I'm going to get the money and I'm going to bring it right to your house. I'm going to walk to your house because I know where you at. I know where I'm going to give it to you at work. I'm not going to wait till you get home. I'm going to give it to you. You know what I mean? Like they're overcompensating in terms of being really, 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 really helpful and kind and loving and whatever, right? And then when they're waiting for you to decide if you're going to give them the money, they pick up the phone on the first ring, right? I've gone through this. I go through this all the time. Take it from me as a guy who always has people asking me for money. I've noticed how nice people are when they want something from me. It's kind of an amazing thing. Well, then you loan them the money, and as you all know, we know that's when things start to change. That's when the cousin is not picking up the phone on the first ring anymore. They're not even answering text messages. And they might take 3 days to answer a text and then say, oh, I was busy. I'm like, you're too busy to look at your phone. You did not, because it takes a second. I can look at my phone right now and see a text message and respond. Like it don't take that long to respond to it. It don't take 72 hours to respond to a text. Unless you don't want to talk to the person that's texting you, right? And then finally you get them on the phone and then they got an attitude like, what you want? Like, why are you bothering me? And then they give you excuses. And when you don't accept the excuses, when you say, hey, look, we made an agreement. You told me you were going to pay me Tuesday. You were going to come to my job. You were going to deliver the money in cash to my desk. And that didn't happen. Like, what's going on? And what you don't really realize is that typically when people are always having financial problems, when you loan money to somebody who's always got a financial problem, you're pretty much making a bad loan. That's what you're doing. When you loan money to people who've always got an issue, and you're somehow deluded into believing that they have all this string of issues because they just have all this bad luck that no one else seems to have, that's you're kind of lying to yourself. Like a lot of times we want to believe that we want to believe, oh, if we just give Pookie a chance, things will turn around for him, and somebody just gave him an opportunity, or if this hadn't happened to him. And the reality is that there's a pattern established. There's a culture around this person, like a little dark cloud they carry around them deliberately that shapes how they view the world, how they make decisions. So when you make that loan to that person who's always got those financial problems, you're making a bad loan. They have a bad credit score, so you're really making a risky investment to begin with, right? But maybe we don't know that because we want to believe in the best in people and see potential in people. So you're hoping that if you loan Pookie this $400, this will be that one little opportunity he's going to get that's going to make everything better. So anyway, but the thing I want to point out to you is with moral hazard, what they talk about is how Pookie's attitude changes once he has your money. Like his perspective, his incentives, his everything shifts once he's got the power and you don't. Possession is 9/10 of the law. He got your money. He doesn't really need to answer the phone on the first ring. He doesn't have to be nice to you. He doesn't need to do anything for you because now he's got your money. And again, because he's a bad decision maker to begin with, he doesn't even process the fact that now that he's messed up his relationship with you, you're never going to loan him money again, because people who make those consistent mistakes are not very financially conscious. Conscious people see the long view. They see the long-term implications of their behavior, whereas Pookie may not see that. Pookie might be thinking about his next hit. He might be thinking about the moment, right? He's into instant gratification. Do you understand? So moral hazard is connected to that. So with that said, moral hazard is a big problem in finance. This does not just happen with you and your cousin Pookie. This happens with banks. There's whole research papers written about how banks loan money to, for example, third world countries. They loaned a lot of money to Latin American countries before they had what they called the peso problem. And I won't go into that, but they loaned all this money to these Latin American banks. And basically, when the banks had the money and then they had some financial problems, the moral hazard issue came up. The banks were like, well, we got your money, so you either have to take 5 cents on the dollar on your bonds, or you'll get nothing. If you don't take what we give you, then you'll have nothing. And so suddenly the person that was powerless before is in a position of power. And this happens also in marriage. Marriage, I don't care what anybody says, marriage and even relationships in general are so much deeper than just romantic love. They're so much deeper than just, I think she's pretty, I want to lay down with you, or I want to live in the same house with you, I want to have kids with you. There's so many other dynamics that apply. I mean, marriage itself is a legal contract. That's what that is. It's a business deal for the most part. And there's rational reasons why that contract exists. That contract exists largely because of the moral hazard issue. It exists because if I'm married to you and we're tied together financially, then you have to think twice before you just pop up and walk out in the middle of a fight. Right? It's much, much harder to do. And for some people, it's a religious covenant. I believe in that, actually. I think I'm not even religious, but I personally think when two people get married and they really believe they're making a promise to God, I found that couples like that stay together longer because they're not marrying a human being. They're marrying an idea. They're marrying a commitment. They're married to a higher power, a higher ideal. And the reality is that human beings will let you down. Human beings will come up short. Human beings are going to make mistakes. So I told my wife, I said, I didn't marry you. I married the commitment to being married to you. Like I'm married to this idea, or meaning that I made a commitment. I made a promise to something bigger than just you. So when you come up short or you get on my nerves, I'm not really looking at your behavior to determine how committed I am to the promise that I made. I'm looking at the promise I made, and whether you say it's God, the universe, or something else. I told you I don't even go to church, so don't I ain't nobody's pastor, nothing. I'm completely unqualified for that. But I do believe in commitment. Where I come from, when you make a promise, you stick with it. That's it. And so I just told her, so there's nothing you can really do that would make me divorce you. If we ever get a divorce, it's going to have to be your choice. It's not going to be mine, because I don't come from that space. And I come from a daddy who's been married to my mama for 50 years. And that meant that he had to really endure ups and downs with a very flawed person. And she had to endure ups and downs with a very flawed person, because they were just married to a philosophy, a principle. It was a principle-based marriage. Do you understand? That does not exist very often. A lot of people stay married as long as the person doesn't upset them, disappoint them, let them down, or whatever. I'm not making fun of people that are divorced. So a lot of you are divorced. I know, I'm not. I promise you, I'm not making fun of that at all, or criticizing. I'm just saying that that's just it's a mindset, right? So anyway, studies tend to show that people that are more married to some sort of bigger idea, an idea that's bigger than a person, that's not contingent on another person's behavior, those marriages tend to last longer, because then when the person messes up or they come up short, they say, well, you know what? I'm married to I made a commitment to God. I'm married to the church and to God. I'm not really married to you, right? So anyway, that's just a little thing I've observed. Again, take it with a grain of salt. If it sounds like BS, then throw it out, please. All right. So here's the other thing too. The other thing about marriage is that it is a legal contract, and it does provide various financial incentives, carrots and sticks, to basically make it much harder for you to just walk out the door and dump each other. It's similar to the relationship between the United States and China. I would argue that the reason that the United States and China have not decided to just go to war with each other and start launching missiles at each other is because they are so deeply connected financially. They are financially married. We are so locked in together economically that a war between China and the United States would devastate both economies. It would hurt them more than it hurts us, but it would still hurt us too, because we're greedy as hell. America is a capitalist society, and we kind of worship money in this country. It's unfortunate. I don't agree with it. That's not my style at all. But that's kind of what you're dealing with. So that marriage, it has some uses. It kind of has some logic behind it, and it's not crazy. Now, here's the thing, though. Not everybody wants to get married. Or why? Well, because, number one, like the poor guy I saw who was so depressed, I thought he was going to take his own life. Maybe the other person doesn't do what they're supposed to do, and there's lots of pain that comes with people disappointing you in a relationship. Maybe it's because you just don't, the whole commitment thing isn't your thing. Maybe you just feel like, look, I can be committed to you, but that doesn't mean that we have to be committed in every single way, right? For whatever reason, there are people who just decide not to get married, and I think that's a perfectly logical decision. I'm not here to judge that or evaluate that. I'm not a Bible thumper or a person that's going to tell everybody what to do. But one thing I will say is that if you go into a situation where you have a long-term relationship, and you don't secure your financial and legal rights, you are in an incredibly vulnerable situation. You're vulnerable. I've told you all that story about the guy who was in his 50s. He was an old player. I'm in my 50s. So I guess I'd be an old player if I was out there playing. I ain't playing. I got my wife. But he was an old player. He had a young girlfriend, about 32 years old, and he forgot that he wasn't 32. Also, he thought that he believed this lie that people keep telling, that age ain't nothing but a number. Well, if age ain't nothing but a number, it's a very important number, because every time I try to get up, I watched the Olympic trials this weekend, and I saw Noah Lyles run 9.8 seconds in the 100-meter dash. And in my head, for a moment, I imagined myself as a 19-year-old or a 20-year-old running. I didn't run 9.8 seconds, but I can imagine myself sprinting. But then you try to do it, and then you pull a hamstring just thinking about it. Like, I literally would just think about running, and I would pull a hamstring. I didn't even have to get off the couch. I pulled a ham. How the hell are you gonna pull your hamstring while you're sitting on the couch? But anyway. So life has a way of reminding you that you're not a kid anymore, and but then sometimes we don't want to accept that. So he's 50 some years old. He's got the 32-year-old girlfriend, maybe 30, something like that. The girlfriend is the same age as his daughter, so as you might expect, the daughter ain't too happy with none of that. The daughter hates the girl, but she can't say nothing because she doesn't have any rights to tell her dad what to do. So her dad and this lady have this relationship, and it's a good relationship. Whatever reason, two grown people deciding to be together, ain't nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. So he treats her well, she treats him well. She lives with him, he pays all the bills, and then he just has a stroke. Suddenly, the universe reminds him that no, you're as much as you think that age is just a number, we're going to show you how important that number is. So he has a stroke, like a lot of black men in their 50s. The 50s are kind of that heart attack stroke age. So again, I just want to go. I had to acknowledge I'm 53. So Part of the reason I come in here every day and do my absolute best with you guys, is because I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be here. I mean, I've never been scared to die. I'm not scared to die. And the only thing I'm afraid of is living for nothing. If I was living for nothing, that's scarier than death. So death does not scare me, and it's a reality. But hopefully, I'll be with you for the next 80 years. I don't know. But anyway, so he has a stroke, and then he goes into a coma. And while he's in a coma, the girlfriend and his mother, who's living with the girlfriend, are scrambling to figure out how to pay the bills, because the problem was they secured no legal rights. They had no rights to go into the bank and get the money out. He had control of all the money. So they take the phone, they put the phone up to his face, they scan into the phone, and they're able to get into his bank account, and they pull the money out, and just money to pay the bills. They weren't trying to rob him or do anything devious. They just did pretty much what they knew he would be doing if he were alive. Well, obviously that's illegal. And so, but nobody notices because he's in this coma. Well, then when he dies, though, that's when the state steps in. And when the state steps in, the state does not care what handshake agreements you made with other people while you were alive. They don't care how close your friendship was. They don't care how committed you were in your relationship. They're looking for paperwork. They're like, okay, but you're not married. Like, what legal rights do you have? She had no legal rights, none whatsoever, because everything was based on this false idea that all you need is love. They have plenty of love, but she cannot take a big bowl of love to the courtroom and say, Your Honor, here's my love bowl that shows how much this man cared about me, and this gave me the right to go in his bank account and take $30,000 out. That does not work. So all the legal rights, everything, all the assets, naturally, by virtue of the state, went to the daughter. The daughter is the one who hated the girlfriend, so the daughter finally gets all the power. Moral hazard, more things change, moral hazard. So moral hazard pops in. The daughter gets all the money, and the daughter has all the power because now her daddy's in heaven, so her daddy doesn't need his assets anymore. So she's the sole beneficiary. So she goes in and just starts wreaking holy hell on everything. She goes in, she gets the girl evicted. She finds out that he took the money out of the account, and she goes to try to get her arrested. Right. So literally, the problem is that when you have these relationships where you say, well, we don't really need a piece of paper. Oh, marriage is, baby, marriage ain't nothing but a piece of paper, baby. Ain't nothing but a piece of paper. I don't need no piece of paper to tell me that I love you. Well, you need some kind of a piece of paper, maybe not a marriage certificate. Right? I'm not saying everybody needs to get married, but if you love each other, you should probably care about each other enough to give each other security. Like you should, like, if I really care about you, like I told my daughter, I said, it's easy for me to care about you while I'm here, while I'm alive, because I can do things. I said, but what I want to do is I want to show you that I care about you from the grave. I want to protect you from the grave. So because my life is short, life is fleeting. I'm going to be dead one day. We're all going to die. So making plans for just possibilities, I think, it should be a critical part of our thinking. That's an incredibly important part of economic consciousness, is to realize that the only constant in life is change. The only thing that's constant in your life is that things are going to change. Shout out to Olita Adams. Remember that song? Everything must change. Y'all know that song? If you haven't heard it, it's one of the most beautiful songs ever. And I heard that song when I was 19, and I remember listening to it, and it made me cry because I thought about the fact that everything around me was going to change. I called my parents and I said, I just want you to know right now how much I love you. And then my dad's like, what's wrong with him? I said, I'm having a moment because I just heard this song. I'm like, oh my God, everything's going to change. The young become the old, and mysteries do unfold. Right. And so everything must change. Everything's going to change. Everything about, like, right now, we're sitting together, we're talking. This is not going to be the state of the world forever. This is going to last about another 30 minutes until we all adjourn and go about our day. So everything must change. Everything will change. So a big important part of economic consciousness is only giving a certain amount of energy to observing what's in front of you. You want to have mindfulness and understand what's in front of you, what's happening right now. That's mindfulness. That's a type of consciousness where I can be with you in the moment in a very meaningful and deep way. That's an important part of consciousness there. That's almost like a type of meditation. So mindfulness is very important. But then after you practice mindfulness of the situation that you're in, you have to also practice mindfulness of the fact that there is a big, vast unknown called the future that you're also going to have to find some way to plan and prepare for. So let me give you, in terms of practical, actionable information, let me give you some things you can do that will secure and protect your rights in the event that things change, which they will. And this goes beyond just being married. And again, it goes back to that post. That post triggered me. The thing that triggered these thoughts was that post, and I put it on my Instagram, which is Dr. Boyce Finance, of the guy who says, if you're just there paying the bills and she owns the house, you're not the man of the house. I hear that. So let me kind of give you some remedies for that, so you can kind of understand ways to protect yourself if you're in a relationship. And if you love someone, then you will consider these things. And if they love you, they'll consider these things. If they won't consider doing these things, then I think that it's okay to question the love. Like, how much do you really love me if you don't have a plan for me? You know, hey, like, do you really love me if you're going to leave me just asked out in case something happens? You get out every time you get in that car, you might not ever come home. Do y'all understand how serious this is? My Uncle Charles, he died a tragic, horrible death, in my opinion. Let me tell you how horrible my Uncle Charles's death was. It was just like, literally, you talk about just God's irony. It was like, whoa, how did this happen? I get a text message from my father out of the blue in 2019 saying Uncle Charles was in a car wreck and he died. Now, again, my father is the military / police commander, so he just kind of says it. He just gives you the, straight no chaser, right? But then I find out the details. Let me tell you the details. Crazy. There's so many weird ironies here that I can't even remember them all. But so he and my aunt Janice had just bought a new house. And that was the day he died was the day that they were going to move into their new house. He called, and also that day was their wedding anniversary. And also the day after was her birthday. So he calls his wife, where they're about to come home, move into the new house, go out to dinner for the wedding anniversary, and celebrate her birthday the next day. And he gets killed in a car crash on the way home. True story. I'm not making this up. In addition to that, the day that he gets killed was the birthday of his mother. She was already in heaven. We call her Mama. Mama, in case you don't know, Mama is Felicia, my grandmother. We named our panther in the Black Business School after my grandmother. That panther's name is Felicia. That I keep this panther with me. She's right here. She's right behind me. Every time you see me with that panther, just know that's me carrying my grandmother with me, because she's the first person that taught me about financial literacy and investing, about money and wealth. She wasn't very educated when it came to money, but she had those grandma principles, those sturdy principles of financial responsibility that really is all that you need. But anyway, I'll tell you more about my grandmother at some point. Some of y'all heard the story. The rest of you, I'll bring it up again. But literally, that I said, this is so crazy that this is the day that he dies. Like, just, I mean, this is one of the dirtiest tricks that God could play on anybody. It's his mother's birthday. His wife's birthday is the next day. Their wedding anniversary, and they were literally packing that night to move to the new house. And I just, so these things happen. You got to prepare. But let me tell you about my Uncle Charles. I don't want to depress anybody, so let me tell you the good side of the story. Let me tell you this. A few years earlier, I had gone to Applebee's with my Uncle Charles, and we were sitting there in Applebee's, and this was 10 years earlier. I was probably in my mid-30s. I was on the faculty at Syracuse, and he was late 40s, almost 50. And he was asking me about financial stuff, right? And the reason he was asking me was because he was financially devastated. His credit score had was like in the toilet. He had just lost a bunch of money. I think something happened with a lawsuit or something. And he was really sad because he was starting all over again financially. And I remember us sitting in Applebee's, and it was maybe about 2006. And I was kind of trying to cheer him up. I was like, you can do this. You can come back. It's okay. You just keep trying. Blah, blah, blah. And I remember him saying, he said, yeah, but it's kind of hard to start over when you're almost 50 years old. And I just remember just kind of encouraging him and trying to, support him. So check this out. This is the part that made me so proud of him. So you fast forward, and neither one of us at that time knew that in 2019, 13 years later, that I was going to get a text message saying that he was dead. So so this is what replayed in my head. So years later, my aunt tells me that my Uncle Charles, not only did he fix his world up financially, got the credit score up, they just bought their dream house, had plenty of money saved. He had, I think, 2 or 3 massive insurance policies. Like literally, like he got his own life insurance. He had insurance from his job, and when he was killed in the car wreck, he was again given that death is horribly unfortunate, but some deaths are worse than others. The one good side of it was that the truck that hit him was being driven by a guy who was working for another company that also had to write a big old check. Again, nobody's happy when someone dies, but hey, if I just happen to die in that situation, I want to get killed by a rich person or a rich company. And so lo and behold, he was able to leave a beautiful and really extraordinary economic legacy with his family because he was a black man who did not give up. He's a black man that loved his family enough to make a plan for them. He prepared. He thought about these things, and I said, I am so proud. When I went to his funeral and I spoke at the funeral, I was so proud of him, and it just, so to me, it's like, look, here's the thing about death, and I hope I don't sound weird talking about it in this way, but death is coming for everybody. We're all in this thing together. We're all floating on this big ship called Earth that's hurtling us through space at 100,000 miles an hour, and where we happen to have bumped into each other in this place and time. But we know what's going to happen. We know how this story ends. That none of us is going to get out of this alive. None of it. This movie will not end with any of us surviving the film. So to me, given that we know that death is going to occur, why don't we make a plan for that? Why don't we make a pact of immortality? That's what I would call it, an immortality pact. Except I'm not going to be like Jim Jones and tell everybody to go drink some poison Kool-Aid. That's not what I'm saying. I think that the immortality pact should be that we are all committed to make sure that we engage in optimal contracting. There's that term again I used earlier, optimal contracting, to ensure that we've got something in place to make sure that if something happens to us, when the Grim Reaper shows up at our doorstep, that the people that we love are going to be taken care of, that they're going to be in the same position that my Uncle Charles's family was in. So in the middle of all the sadness and devastation that they felt to lose him, I mean, it was a terrible way to die. They were at least able to know that they were financially secure and that the bills were paid for the next 2 or 3 generations. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I was very proud of him for that. So anyway, with that said, let's go back to the stuff about it's so funny. I didn't even plan to really bring up my Uncle Charles. It just kind of, again, y'all know how I do this, stream of consciousness. So actually, let's circle back. But so let's hit the reset button real quick. I want to remind y'all of a couple of things. Number one, a lot of you were asking about how to invest in the stock market. And I told you guys, I think everyone should invest in the stock market. If you want to join us tomorrow, I'm going to do a training on called How to Invest in the Stock Market. I'm literally going to take you into E-Trade and Robinhood and show you exactly step by step how to buy shares of stock and talk you through, answer questions, all that stuff. And the materials are yours for life. If you want to get an invitation to that session, just make sure you're on the text list. If you're not on the text list, pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. Not only will you get an invitation to this free training, we do this every single day, 7 days a week, 10 a.m. Eastern. It's called Financial Consciousness / Economic Elevation. So you'll get an invitation here, but also I'll invite you to tomorrow's session. It's going to be tomorrow at noon. If you can't make it Tuesday at noon, that's okay, because the recording will be available for you afterward. Also, just another thing I want to mention too. We really support the voices of Black women. I don't know how people feel about that one way or the other, but I don't care. And so with the Black Business School, we have a platform called Fly Nubian Money, where every single day at 1 p.m. Eastern, we have a group of sisters that get together, smart Black women that talk about really important issues. And I think everyone should be listening to Black women. A lot of us were raised and loved by a Black woman, taught by a Black woman. So to me, I think this is very natural. This is very important. So if you're interested in participating. I hope you'll come in and support the ladies, right? Because the internet can be kind of a mean place. The internet's full of crazy people, terrible people who just are mean and disruptive. So I want to fight that energy with more energy, right? So that would mean that if you follow and come into the session and just make some positive comments, engage in the conversation, encourage the ladies, that will be really cool. My wife goes in there, Dr. Alicia Watkins. She provides her therapeutic background. Dr. Lene Javette comes in. She's a business specialist. There's lots of Aisha Verzi, who I think is in this class right now. She has a background that is also not just strong in terms of finances, but she's also got an international perspective, which can really help us understand various ways to kind of look at family values. Like I think Aisha's from Nigeria, her family is, and they have. I really admire the way the Nigerian people look at education and family, and I think as Black people in America, we can learn from that. I think we got to go to our roots. I don't believe in going to these systems and all these these other things that are out here. I don't think that's the solution. I think the solution is for us to go back to the basics. So anyway, if you want to follow the ladies and be notified when they do their show every single day at 1 p.m. Eastern, just text the word Queens to 87948. So pull out your phone, text Queens to 87948, and your support would just mean everything. And if you could actually consciously come in and make a comment and just join the discussion, like that really, really helps. And I want to encourage them because I personally think that we should listen to smart Black women, because Lord knows there's a lot of weirdos online, and I want to hear from the smart people. Even if you're a weirdo too, just be a smart weirdo. Be a weirdo with some solutions, please. All right. So let me give you 5 things a person can do to protect their rights, even if you're not married. So if you are in a relationship and you're living with somebody and you want to make sure that you're good and they're good, here are a few things you can do without having to get married that will secure your rights and make sure that if somebody gets sick or somebody dies, or also if you're helping to pay the bills, that you're going to get credit for that, right? Like I think that solution to that post I put on my Instagram, which is Dr. Boyce Money, where the guy was complaining that, look, if you're there to pay the bills and the woman owns the house and you're not the man of the house, well, part of that solution is pretty easy. To me, if you are paying the bills and paying a big chunk of the mortgage, then I think you have a right to ask to be put on the deed. Like you can just go somewhere and sign a document and your name would be on the deed. You would have some property rights. And that only makes sense, right? That to me is a simple solution, as opposed to the other solution that some people follow, which is just, I'm going to run to the internet and cry about it. Come on, man. You don't have to cry about it. Just fix it. That's what men do. That's what strong, smart Black people do. And by the way, it's not text Queen to 87948. It's Queens with an S. Text Queens with an S to 87948. And also flynubianmoney.com. That's the URL for everything too. All right. So a few things you could do is, number one, there are things called cohabitation agreements. And that's basically an agreement that you can get with an attorney. You can go on Rocket Lawyer or something like that to set it up, where it pretty much defines your financial responsibilities and property rights. That can be important when you're living with somebody. I don't know if anybody else has ever done. How many of you have ever had a situation where you had a roommate that didn't pay their share of the rent and everything was in your name, and then they moved out? And maybe I'm telling on myself, maybe I'm telling my story, but I've seen, how many of you have ever seen somebody go through this where, you have everything in your name, you have a roommate, your roommate's supposed to take care of half the rent, they don't, then it messes up your credit because the landlord's looking for you, they're not looking for them. Well, sometimes it's, especially when you talk about the world of grownups where people live together, whatever, and cohabitate and do whatever they're going to do. It's important to consider having an agreement in place to ensure that everything is clear, that everyone knows what they're supposed to do financially, and everybody knows what they actually own, so that if the relationship dissolves, you can say, that's mine according to the agreement. This is mine according to the agreement. I deserve half of this or a piece of that or whatever. I think and those are simple contracts you can do, again, either with a lawyer or even on a Rocket Lawyer or something. Also, there's something called joint tenancy, where you hold property jointly, so that the ownership transfers to the surviving partner. So if you and I have joint tenancy on a property, that means that I can secure something that says that if you die, I'm not going to get evicted. I'm not going to end up homeless. And I think that that's important to consider. I've just seen cases where people even forget to take stuff out of their ex's name, or their ex-wife or ex-husband, and then they die because no one thinks they're going to die. Everyone thinks we're going to live forever. And then next thing you know, this ex that you hate is coming in and claiming ownership of all your stuff. Like, that's terrible. Like, why would you put your partner through that? There's also something called power of attorney. Now, with a power of attorney, you basically are signing a document that gives this other person the rights to make certain financial and medical decisions in the event that you cannot do that. I think that if you love each other, a good way to test the love is to say, look, hey, do you trust me enough to have power of attorney in the event that something happens to you or something goes wrong? If they don't, then maybe that warrants a further conversation. You can also list each other as beneficiaries on your insurance policies, retirement accounts, and bank accounts. If you go to your bank and you say, I need to put this person's name down as the person who can access my account in the event that I die, you can do that. And the thing about it is, the same thing is true for your brokerage accounts, all that stuff. And the reason that would be important to me is because think about it like this. Go back to the example of the guy I told you about who's in his 50s, who had the young girlfriend, and he's paying all the bills and all the rent. Her biggest problem was, oh crap, he died on Thursday. The rent is due next Tuesday. How am I going to get money next Tuesday if he's not here? Or he went into the coma. I'm sure when the coma happened, that was probably when they first panicked. So in my view, I would argue that if you put someone down if they've got power of attorney and they're a beneficiary on your bank account and on your investment account, they can hop in and make adjustments in the event that something goes wrong, because things go wrong. That's life. Also, you got this thing, you've probably heard about this, called a will. And in your will, you can just make it real clear. You have to state. See, here's the thing. I'm just say it like this. How can I say this in a way that isn't me telling on myself or revealing too much or whatever? Because I am talking publicly, and I would never want something to be misconstrued. But there's a way that I show, and I think a lot of people do this, especially men, but I think women too. One way that I've shown love, like real heavy love for a woman, I've only really been like heavy in love a couple times, is I publicly declare that person in that relationship. Like I'll give you an example. Most of you, how many of you know about my wife? Give me a yes if you've heard me talk about my wife. How many of you have heard me talk about Dr. Alicia on numerous occasions? Anybody? Okay. One thing that you probably haven't heard is me talk about the person that I dated before my wife. Very nice lady. I don't even want to talk about her, but that was not. She was not Alicia. She was not going to be my wife. She's a nice lady though. But just because somebody's nice don't mean you got to marry them. You can only marry one. And that's intentional, right? To me, my way of showing that love is like, hey, I go out to the world and I announce to the whole world, I'm taken. So that means don't be sliding my DMs. Don't be trying to get me caught up in nothing. I got a wife, and that protects me as a man. Right? And me announcing that I have a wife is something that draws a boundary, and women respect that. First thing they'll do is that if I meet, because I see y'all, sometimes you see me and sometimes people think you're kind of cute. You got money makes you cuter, and I can see it. And then the woman will say, "Oh, how's Dr. Alicia doing?" And that to me is just kind of like acknowledging, like, look, I heard you, I know you all about your wife, so I'm not here to, and I appreciate that, and that really makes things easy, right? So, and here's the thing. A lot of you don't. The only people who know this are people who've been following me for like more than a decade. Back in 2007, I don't know if y'all know this, but this was not the first time I was going to get married. I actually got engaged in 2007, and again, an amazing lady, wonderful lady, and would never say anything negative about her. We just didn't get married for personal reasons. And when I was going to marry her, I deliberately proposed to her on the Wendy Williams show. Did y'all know that? It was back when Wendy did the show in New York, and it was the biggest show in New York City. And I said, I love this woman so much that I need the whole world to know, not only that I love her, but that she is that I am taken. That this is, and Wendy's show with all these women, and at that time my stock was rising. I knew I was getting out there and whatever, and I was like, I'm going to go out here and I'm going to tell everybody how awesome this woman is and how much I'm happy to be married to her. And so here's my point. I think that to me, these preparations, kind of designating people, putting things in writing on some level, is a form of love that shows, like, look, I'm declaring you. I'm declaring my love for you. I may not have to declare it through a marriage certificate. I'm not saying that that's for everybody. And look at the divorce rate. The divorce rate's incredibly high. Obviously, marriage ain't for everybody, but some sort of public declaration that is real, that is concrete, that will last and persist after you're gone. To me, that's really a great sign of love. And if I'm not ready to declare anything, that's very, very risky. And I think that that should be consciously considered when evaluating, like, okay, how much are you really in this with me? So that, a cohabitation agreement, a joint tenancy agreement, power of attorney, beneficiary designations, putting somebody in your will, to me, is a way to celebrate the love that doesn't require you to necessarily have to go and do something that, like marriage, that you may not want to do. So I would just say to you, consider this, because I think that sometimes I've just seen so many tragedies where someone gets financially screwed because there were no preparations that were made in the relationship. And I just really think that love is not just a word. Love is not just a feeling. Love is a verb. Love is an action. It's a series of actions. If I love you, I'm going to love you. I want to love my wife every day by taking out the garbage and being there for her and the kids and doing what I'm supposed to do as a husband. It's not just me sitting back and doing nothing and saying, baby, I love you, right? I love you. Love is not a feeling. When you get in a serious relationship, love is an action. So maybe an action would be to put something in writing. So maybe instead of putting a ring on it, maybe you put a piece of paper on it or something. But you got to do something, because if you don't, then ultimately you're very, very vulnerable, and you end up like that poor guy who feels used because he paid all these bills and he doesn't own any piece of the house that he was paying bills into for the last 5 or 6 years. So it's not just for the women; it's also for men as well. So either you're going to have a grown up relationship or you're not. And that, to me, that's an aspect of another concept I talk about in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, called economic maturity. Economic maturity is connected, in my view, to emotional maturity, relationship maturity. An immature relationship is like the sixth grade. We girlfriend and boyfriend. They send you a little note. Will you be my girlfriend? Check yes or check no. Like, that's an immature relationship. Or that's my girlfriend. You got 50-something-year-old people talking about that's my girlfriend, that's my boyfriend. Why are you 55 years old? Why are you dating a boy? Seriously, are you 47? Why are you dating a girl? Like, you're supposed to be dating a girl. You ain't R. Kelly, man. Like, you're not supposed to be dating a girl. You're not supposed to have a girlfriend. You're supposed to have that's my woman. That's my lady. It's not your girlfriend. Come on. Like, that's weird. That's weird language, to be honest with you. I know everybody says it, but still. So to me, part of financial maturity, emotional maturity, relationship maturity means, okay, maybe we're not going to get married, but let's have a mature relationship. A mature relationship is something that can be documented, that's going to have to be recognized by the state, because I'm signing documents that are declaring this relationship to be legitimate. Do you understand? Give me a yes if this is making sense. Let me know if you get what I'm saying here. I'm not giving you relationship advice at all. I'm just giving you, like, what I might call financial lovemaking tips. Financial lovemaking means that money and love are linked, whether we like it or not. We want to act like love and money ain't got nothing to do with each other, and that's the most ridiculous thing a person can say. Money is everywhere. Like I told you, when I started making more money, I became more handsome, and that's because there's a million years of biology that says that women are more attracted to men that have resources. So ultimately, when you're talking about relationship situations, not just business relationships, not just romantic relationships, this does translate to business relationships and any other relationship. Money is an important part of it. Money is so ubiquitous in our society that it literally is like the blood that flows through the veins of almost every human interaction that there is. You can't have society without money. So if you think that you can go through life and make all these critical decisions about choices and relationships and health and everything else, and not factor money into the equation, that is about as financially unconscious as you can be, and you're setting yourself up for devastation. So don't do that. Just make a plan, nice and easy. Let me go through it again one more time before we get done. Cohabitation agreement to outline financial responsibilities and property rights. Joint tenancy, which basically says that property can be bought jointly. It doesn't have to just be one person or the others. Power of attorney, That means that if we have to make critical medical or financial decisions and you can't make them yourself, then I'm going to be able to make them for you. Beneficiary designations, that means that on your accounts, just put me down as a beneficiary so I can get into the account and get the rent money or the mortgage money or the bill money in case something happens to you, in case it happens tomorrow. And then the will, hey, if I love you, I can put you in my will. That doesn't mean I exclude everyone else. Just means, I'm going to have something for you. If I'm gone, I'm going to be here in the afterlife, not just today. Okay. All right. So anyway, all right. So before we go, really quickly, I know a lot of you. When we were talking about doing the companion to Money in the Morning, I called it Money in a Minute, where I was going to basically just set something up where you can learn topics by having them just sort of sent to you via text message. I'm almost done with one of the first installments. I'll let you guys know the two popular topics that you guys mentioned that you wanted to learn about in detail were stock options and estate planning. So those are going to be the two things that we're going to put out. We'll put out stock options first, then we're going to do estate planning, where you can learn estate planning concepts, literally getting like a 90-second lesson sent to you via text every day, or you can just log in and watch them all at once if that's what you want to do. I'll keep you guys posted on that. Number two, tomorrow I'm doing that special event at noon Eastern, called How to Invest in the Stock Market. I really, really want, again, I don't require you to, there's no cost to be in this class. You only have to pay attention. But I really, really want you, everyone in here. This is the one favor I'm asking you, is I really want everyone in here to be a consistent investor in the stock market on some level. I don't care if it's 2 nickels a week. I want you participating in the stock market. So tomorrow I'm doing the training session, how to invest in the stock market. I'll walk you through the process, everything else. So you can get in. There is a fee to join, and everything's yours for life. You can bring your whole family, or you can do a $1 trial in the Black Stock Market program. I'll send you a link to do the trial later on today. Make sure you're on the text list. The text list, to be on the text list, text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to the number 87948, I will send that to you. Also, if you can't get on the text list, just send an email to support@theblackbusinessschool.com. I know some of you are international, and so if you email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, they can help you. And then last but not least, the ladies of Fly Nubian Money are going to, Dr. Alicia, Dr. Lene, etc., are going to be live at 1 p.m. today, and they're live every single day. And they tend to cover topics that relate to the financial side of Black life. Sometimes it's love and money, sometimes it's politics and money, whatever. But the topics are really interesting, and so if you'd like to join in and participate in that discussion, you can get on that text list. Just text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948. Text Queens to 87948, and that's because the platform's called Fly Nubian Queen, and Fly Nubian Money is a segment of Fly Nubian Queen. All right, guys. So have a great day. God bless you. Thank you so much for hanging out. I will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, and I hope you have a great day. And I love you. I'll see you soon. Take care. Bye bye.
Guys, what's going on? Come on in. I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I want to say hello to everybody, and I'm also here with Tierra KJ Williams, aka Miss Black Hollywood, aka CEO of the Real Network, and also CEO of Real Virtual. How you doing today, T?
I'm good. Thank you for asking.
Good. Now, you and I, first of all, as everybody comes in, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And so I want to talk about this topic that you brought to my attention. It has to do with you know how I feel about these celebrity marriages anyway. They most of them turn to crap. And apparently there was one with Iman Shumpert, the NBA player, and Tiana Taylor, the drop dead gorgeous actress and dancer and just super talented lady. And apparently they've been getting real ghetto with each other in their marriage. What's going on with this?
Not they have been getting real ghetto, because initially when Tiana went to file the divorce papers, she did it secretly, just using their initials. And it was Iman who was like, no, let everybody know what's going on. Add all of the, take out our abbreviations and add our name. And so ever since, it's been this public battle with him allegedly, I'm gonna use the word alleged, but I believe it, him cutting off utilities at the house, him taking $4 million out of the account, him just being petty and mean and asking for all the things that he's ever received from her, or anything that he's ever given her, he wants it back. So there's all of these like bitter, responses to this, drawn out divorce. So that's basically the baseline of where we are. Well, obviously they settled the divorce, but I'm saying in terms of relationship.
Really? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, so you're saying that there is this divorce between these two, and that she wanted to keep it quiet. She kind of wanted to handle it as just like, okay, it didn't work out. I wish you the best. And he was the one that kind of came out and said, no, I want everybody to know what's going on. I
Yep.
want this to be a public spectacle.
Yes.
And that's it. Now, by the way, while you answer that question, I'm going to tell whoever's banging on my door that I'm doing something. So go ahead and do your thing. Do your thing.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Okay, he's gone. That's exactly what I'm saying. He wanted this to be a very public divorce for whatever reason. It's so weird to me that he would want this. But I feel like some of it was him wanting to get back at her for whatever reason. She said in the divorce papers that he was basically treating her cruelly, and that he was teaching her, basically was teaching her, treating her with cruelty. I'm sorry. He was treating her with cruelty. And so she just wanted to kind of handle it there, like, he's jealous of me, he's been jealous of my star rising and me growing, and when actually he was the one who was making all the money. I came into this relationship, he had made $48 million, and I hadn't made any of that in the entertainment realm. So we've watched Tiana grow and become all the things that she's become, and unfortunately her husband didn't like that. She said that sometimes they would be out be out in public, and the photographers would be like, yeah, can you move to the side, we just want pictures of Tiana. And I think he started to resent things like that, because he was the star.
Okay. All right.
Basically.
So let me start off by asking everybody in the chat, how many of you even know who Tiana Taylor and Iman Shumpert is? Give me a yes or no in the chat if you know who these two are, and why this divorce has gotten public. Let me know if you all have followed any of this, or you kind of know what went down. And so apparently Iman was a basketball player for for who did he play for? Do you remember? Was it like the Cavaliers or something?
Yeah, he played for the Cavaliers, and I think Tiana said he got $8 million from the Knicks.
Okay. So if I was to summarize the career of Iman Shumpert, you're looking at, I guess, a guy who used to be an NBA player, and he looks like about retirement age. He's not still playing, right?
No.
Okay. And from what I'm looking at, it looked like he played at Georgia Tech, where he played college ball. He was a 17th overall pick in the 2011 NBA draft. So we're 14 years later, which means he's mid to late 30s. He was known for his defense and athleticism. He played for a lot of teams. He played for the Knicks, the Cavs, the Kings, the Rockets, the Nets. So he got pushed around a little bit to different teams. He did win the NBA championship with the Cavaliers and LeBron in 2016. He's also tried to do some stuff in entertainment, releasing several rap songs. Oh, wow. That's so.
Okay, he was a rapper for a little while. That's right.
Okay, so a 30-something-year-old black man that wants to be a rapper. That's so original.
We've never seen that before.
I've never seen that before.
What?
Yeah. So here's what's interesting, right? I think first and foremost, I don't think we should or have to speculate on this relationship. Like, nobody really knows. He said, she said, and here's what we know about this relationship. In my view, we know he chose her and she chose him. That's what we know. And then we know that for whatever reason, they decided to renege on their vows and not choose each other anymore. And so now they're in divorce court. And another thing we know for sure is that the biggest victims of a divorce are the children. It's not the man or the woman, in my opinion. It's the children, because the children didn't sign up for any of that. They signed up to have two parents that were going to take care of them. And apparently the two parents aren't getting along for whatever reason. Now, what I'll say to, just as a man in general, is I'm not comfortable with people creating narratives around their private relationship where we don't know. For all we know,
for sure,
she could have been an absolute terror to be married to. We just don't know that, right? And people will come out publicly and say, "Oh, he cheated," and okay, he's an NBA player. They screw everything. I could have told you that before you married him. I'm not saying every NBA player does it. I'm not saying it's okay. Kobe Bryant, for example, screwed everything. We got a glimpse of that when he got caught with that white girl in Colorado. What people were caught up in with Kobe was, did he rape her or did he not? What I noticed was the stuff nobody else talked about, which was, dude, you had unprotected sex with a woman you met 45 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Damn. That's living on the edge. That's living dangerously. That's suicidal behavior.
Yeah.
And so to me, I think that it's just sort of like, you're not surprising anybody if you marry an NBA player and you say, oh, he cheated. If you don't want somebody to cheat on you, don't marry an NBA player. That's for sure. You know, I mean, you got these 6'7" millionaires going all around the country. They're away from home, 300 days out of the year. It's kind of like a breeding ground for behavior that may not fit. Like men who are in the house at home next to you are typically not as easily caught up in BS as men who are traveling all the time. So get that off the table. I don't even want to talk about that because Tiana Taylor is gorgeous. She could have married a regular guy. She could have got her a plumber. She could have got her a bus driver. She could have got her a medical doctor. She could have got her all kinds of men that would have sat right next to her beautiful ass and said, you know what, I'm going to make sure you know I don't cheat on you because I'm going to be right here with you every day at dinner. But no, she said, I want the big 6'7" millionaire that every other girl wants. And I'm going to see if I can be the one who tames this lion and makes him into solely my possession. I don't know if that works. I think that's a failed strategy. Do I sound cynical when I say that? What do you think?
Absolutely, you do. Absolutely, you do. Because on the flip side of that, there was interviews where the two of them were together, and he was like, "I pursued Tiana for like 4 years straight." And I told her I wouldn't be the man that has hurt her like the other men that has hurt her before. And so I think on the flip side of that, it's just like you also have to know that he walked in and was like attempting to sweep this girl off her feet and saying like, we could be friends and I won't do you like that. And I love you, girl, and I want to be with you forever. And I swear, just give me a chance. I want to say in an interview, it was like, he literally made me a promise. Like, I won't hurt you like they've hurt you in the past. And I think they were really young though too. So there's all of that. He probably really felt that way. But
okay.
real life happened.
Well, you know what I think too is yeah, he spent 4 years pursuing her. And remember, he spent 5 years pursuing a championship. He's a competitor. And with Tiana Taylor being, I mean, she is such a pretty lady. I mean, I got to give her props. Tiana Taylor, shout out to my wife, prettiest woman I ever met. But Tiana is as gorgeous as the day is long.
Yes.
So she is, and she's famous. So she's going to attract what is often referred to as the big game hunters. And the big game hunters are the guys who might say, I'm going to really pursue you largely because I can't have you and because I know other men want you. And so, and that just comes with the territory, and that's fine. And so to me, I think that it's not a surprise to me that he really liked her. I don't doubt that. He liked her because they had kids. They had beautiful children together. They got married. He did things for her that he never did for any other woman. But I think that what's fascinating, though, is that we would make the automatic assumption that she's the only woman that he could ever like. That's just gonna be his person all the time, every day, no matter what. Even though you got all these women chasing these NBA players like crazy, is kind of ridiculous. It almost seems difficult to expect to have a normal family situation in that environment. Anyway, I know that we want to believe the fantasy, but how often does the fantasy become true? It doesn't become true very much. I mean, sometimes maybe look at Steph Curry or something, but again, a lot of times you don't even know what's happening beneath the surface in these marriages.
Well, I mean, that's true, Boyce. It's so funny that you say that because it's almost like that's what marriage is for. It's for people who want to commit, and I think the symbol of marriage is monogamy. Like that's what we're saying. Like we're gonna be together and we're gonna like and love each other for the rest of our lives. That's literally what we're saying. So to get in a situation and then say like, I mean, I don't know how you expect that. I think that I saw a Breakfast Club interview of the two of them on there, and they were talking about, they were alluding to, they didn't say, but they kind of said that she even was keeping it like open, like an open relationship for reasons like I'm sure what you said. But I think just inviting that type of energy even into your relationship, it gets messy and there's spirits everywhere. And, depending on what you believe, we're all spiritual, beings. And you that's what that is. Like you're inviting all of these different spirits into I think your what's supposed to be sacred. So, you know, I knew that wasn't going to work, but yeah, so I agree with you, but I just have to counter and say like that's what you signed up for. You got married to say
Mm.
like I'm going to be with you. That's it.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that that's an accurate point, and I don't disagree with that at all. I As I'm doing research on these two, one thing I can say, and again, I probably sound cynical because again, I'm not 25, I'm twice that age. But how old were they when they got married? Well, they got married in 2016.
Mhm.
They were about 25 to 26 years old, depending on what
Mhm.
month it was. Iman was so process this. I want y'all to just kind of be honest with each other and yourselves. What's the probability that a 25-year-old black man who's handsome as hell, 6'6", 6'7", whatever he is, he played next to LeBron, so he's pretty big, looks like, with making $8 million a year, is not going to be roaming the streets, out in the streets potentially. He's away from home 300 days a year, surrounded by groupies everywhere. I just kind of, I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it. I'm saying that maybe it's time that we kind of confess to the idea that sometimes people make promises that they're not able to keep. They want to try to keep the promise, but perhaps they can't, right? And these two get married. They're in their mid-20s. That's a great age to get married. That's a great age to commit, a great age to build a family. That's the perfect breeding age, actually. The perfect time to breed children is, especially for women, is like 25 to 30. That's what all the studies say. Even younger, actually, in some cases. But the question becomes, if you build relationships, how traditional should you expect that relationship to be? Especially when you are caught in a world where everything is so superficial. And I'm going to tell you like this, I'd be curious to know. I know this family is gorgeous. You look at them on the cover of Ebony, they are the prettiest. They're like this beautiful freaking, they could be on a birthday cake. They look so just, just perfect. You know what I mean? Like they look that perfect Nubian family that we all fantasize about and women get excited about it. But how often does that perfect Nubian family and fantasy turn into a nightmare for somebody? And I wonder if it's because we get caught so much in the flash that we forget about the substance. Like, what's the substance of your relationship? Like, you know how to look good on the cover of Ebony magazine, but have you put in the work required to really make the commitment necessary to have the kind of stable marriage that you're looking for? And that does require tremendous sacrifices on both of their parts that I wonder if either one of them really knew what they were. Obviously, they couldn't make those sacrifices because now they're looking crazy in divorce court, and their kids are traumatized from this, I'm sure, because kids hate divorce. I don't care what nobody says. Kids don't want to see their parents fighting each other, especially in the streets where they can go look it up on Google and see what mommy said about daddy and daddy said about mommy. None of that's pleasant for a child. So my thought would be like, did he really think about what that really means when you're 25 years old and you're trying to fit into these expectations of marriage as a multi-million-dollar NBA player? And then was she realistic with herself about knowing what she signed up for? Or did both of them get so caught up in the superficiality of being a celebrity couple that they forgot about all the sacrifices that are required to make a marriage work? What do you think?
You know, like you said, all of this, all we can do is spectate. I'm not going to make it seem like I know Tiana or I know Iman, but what it looks like from the outside in, just watching, they had a reality show, which doesn't mean anything because, you know, I produce reality TV. I know that's fake, um, but what it looked like is that this was a solid young lady that was looking for commitment. Like I think she wanted what she signed up for. Just the way she moves. She was always supportive, and even when there were, you know, rumors of cheating, she always came out and was like, "No, he's not cheating on me. He's not cheating on me. Everything is fine. This is my husband. I love my husband. We're together. This is cool." Every single time something came out, even when he sent a text message, I saw, and the only reason why I know all the things because I looked today, but he had text messaged Jaden Smith's girlfriend or DM'd her and was trying to shoot a shot. And even after that, Tiana was like, "Nope, nope, nope. That's not what he meant. He was just telling her hi." Like, you know, all the things that could typically like embarrass a woman, he was doing, right?
Mm.
Even after, you
Okay.
know, as they're going through divorce court, he's saying like, And she's saying, I want to do this privately. He's saying, nah, let's put it out there. No, Tiana has done this. No, I want your money. I want your royalties. So I'm glad that, actually, I'm glad about the settlement. I don't know if you saw the settlement information, but I'm actually glad that she was able to walk away with something without having to give something up, because I think she gave it a real try.
I'm going to respond to that in a moment. I want to say welcome to everybody. You're watching DrBoyceTV.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I'm here with Tierra KJ Williams, who is the CEO of Real Virtual, and Real Virtual can help you get your business off the ground. They have a team that can help you formulate your ideas and execute those ideas. So if you're looking for a team that can help you execute that teamwork component of your business, reach out to Real Virtual for a consultation. And the website is realvirtual.net. T. Is that it?
www.realvirtual.net.
Okay, realvirtual.net. Okay, I'm going to put this on the screen so everybody can see it, so that if you want to go take a look at her business, you can definitely do that. It's great for those of you that want to generate extra income and start that business and get things going. I know that teamwork makes the dream work. That's definitely a big part of what I do. So I'm going to put the URL up there. And also, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe, all that good stuff. Okay, so let's, if you talk specifically about the financial side of it, you guys know I wrote a book called Financial Lovemaking, and I was really intrigued with love and money and how that interacts. A couple of things that come to mind when it comes to love and money is I was intrigued by how money can make people, especially men, look more attractive. Like I just never understood that. You have some ugly guy, he's old and fat and stanky, but his money is just like this magnet for women, which is really interesting to me. So I studied the biology of that and like what's going on with that. And then also, I was interested in how money can complicate and just, can make things better, but can also just make things crazy. That especially when it's time for the divorce. And I noticed there's this thin line between love and hate. And the more passionate people are about each other when they're in love, the more they're trying to kill each other when they're mad at each other. Like when they decide that it's done. Typically, I mean, it's like the people that really try to hurt you the most are the ones who used to love you the most. And it's crazy what happens when that passion is flipped inside out. It's like I don't know, it's like we're both sword fighting and we're fighting the world with our big swords, and then we turn our swords on each other. So that passion that fueled your love is the same passion that can fuel your mutually agreed upon destruction. And I really kind of feel like there needs to be a push for people to really sort of tap into the realities of marriage and how money really is realistically connected, and how money can complicate things unless you have some clarity. And I saw, let me ask you about this. I saw where Iman was asking Tiana for child support at one point. Is that accurate? And a lot of women got real offended by the idea of a woman having to pay child support. And I thought that was really interesting because, as a man, I paid 18 years of child support. Didn't nobody feel sorry for me? So, like they just took a big chunk out of my check and kept it moving. So why is it, Tierra, that women get so offended by the idea of paying child support to a man?
Well, he didn't say he wanted child support. He said that he wanted to change what was happening, the agreement with the child support, which I don't think was so offensive. I didn't have a problem with that at all. But him asking for royalties, him asking for her money, is a little weird, because at some point he was the provider and the protector, and now I feel like he's being petty. It's less about, I need the money because I want to sustain my lifestyle and all of that. It's not about that. He literally is being petty in the blogs. And, so I think I had a problem with that part of it. But, in terms of, it just felt very like he was just trying to get revenge on her.
Well, so Earl makes a good point. I think what Earl is really saying is that people have sympathy for women when they feel like they need child support, or when women say they want to get a piece of your money. They or when a woman trashes a man, it's like, oh, she's telling her story, or she's been abused and all these other things. But for men, it's kind of different. It's like when men, I've always been fascinated by the internet culture of so many women, going out and kissing and telling, like talking about who they slept with or what happened in their relationship. Because you don't see a lot of men doing that. because I don't think a man would get a lot of empathy if he was like, yeah, I slept with this woman and she was mean to me afterwards. She didn't, she hurt my feelings. Like a man can't really do that, right? So you kind of have this thing where it's almost like people have lost loyalty to each other, and they've lost loyalty to their principles, to the game. Like they're not committed to anything, right? If you have something that's sacred, that makes you a little sturdier and more reliable than somebody who holds nothing sacred, who just says, look, as long as I'm good with it, as long as you don't hurt my feelings, then we're cool. But the minute you hurt my feelings, the minute I don't have a use for you anymore, I'm going to allow my integrity to sink to whatever level I think yours has sank to. And so it becomes like this race to the bottom. Like we're trying to
Yeah.
outdo each other by seeing who could be the dirtiest, who could be the nastiest, and all that
Yeah.
stuff. And to me, if you're just the person who says, I'm not, that's not who I am, I'm not a nasty person, I don't, that to me is a little sturdier and more reliable, because that means that you're not going to let your behavior, you're not going to behave like a degenerate because somebody else did. Like I'm not going to let my baseline integrity be affected by what I think you did. You weren't loyal, but that don't mean that does not mean that I shouldn't be loyal to whatever I committed to. Just because you're disloyal doesn't mean I'm going to be disloyal too. But that makes people, but then people start calling you names. They call you a simp or whatever, or stupid and all that. Like, why are you being loyal to somebody who's not loyal to you? So, but you know what I think, T? I think
Mm.
that one thing about marriage that people don't have that maybe might help people is I think if you're loyal to an idea or a principle, or committed to a purpose, that is more stable than being committed to a person. Because I think loyalty to a person, commitment to a person, depends on that person fitting whatever expectations you have, whatever fantasy you've built around what that person's supposed to be. And then when that person does not fulfill those expectations, you drop all your principles, you drop all your loyalty. So then what are you anymore? You're not a person of integrity. You're not a man or a woman of integrity. You're a heathen. You out here acting a fool, or acting ridiculous and being ghetto because somebody hurt you or whatever. Whereas I
Mm.
think that, like, the most sturdy couples I've ever seen are couples that are like, oh, they're seen as kind of stupid, but they're committed to a bigger idea. They're like, I married this person, this is who I'm married to, and that's what it's going to be. Like Jesse Jackson's wife, people called her stupid because when Jesse went out and had a baby with some young chick, because Jesse he was Jesseing back in the day,
Mhm.
that's what it is, the pastor of the church getting all the women and all that. And they in the media went to her and they said, "Oh my God, Mrs. Jackson, aren't you going to divorce him?" And she literally just said to the reporter, she said, "I'm gonna say this one time: there will only be one Mrs. Jackson. That's it." And that was it. She just and so some would say that's stupid. Like, why would you commit to this guy who's doing all these things? But but there's some people who would say that was actually kind of sturdy for her to just say, look, this is who I am. Who he is, that's his decision. But this is who I am. What do you think about
Mhm.
that?
I think they are very old school, and for I think she is very old school. That sounds like something my grandmother or my great grandmother would have said. I think it's harder to stand by someone. It's so funny that you mentioned loyalty, but in one breath, but in the same breath, you say like, if he go out and have different groupies or girls, like that's not part of being disloyal, right? It's like in one breath, it's like we're saying, be loyal to me if I make a mistake or do something. Because here's my thoughts on that, right? You know how I feel about this. I feel like we've had this conversation before, where I'm thinking like, if you're cheating or having other women, what does that mean? Or another woman, because I'm not gonna let you keep doing it. But if you have a woman, it's like, okay, let's talk about it. Like, what am I not doing? We can go through that whole thing, and it's like, okay, you had your pass for life. Like, stop that, right? You had that, and then we nip the things in the bud that were not working. But if you're saying like, what is it? Are you running away with this lady? Are you gonna keep going? Are you gonna be a repeat offender? Like, what are we doing? Because after a while, that's gonna start to chip away at my esteem as a woman. And I think I told you this, Boyce. That's what happens with women. Like, we take that internally. Men can go out and be like, hey, I'm gonna just put my penis everywhere and it'd be cool, and not even think about the fact it's just not an emotional decision. But women internalize things like that, and they start to think like, oh, that means I'm not good enough, that means that I've done things wrong. And so I just think it's a different, we're talking about this, but It's like apples and oranges. Like it's different.
Mm. Well, I think that's a good point. I think that's that Venus and Mars thing. Like I kind of feel like the best thing I ever did for myself was to read a book about women called "What Women Want Men to Know" by Dr. Barbara DeAngelis that helped me
Mm-hmm.
understand the mind of a woman, so I could kind of process things that didn't make sense to me. And I think if women are smart, they'll do the same thing and read a book about men, so they can really understand what goes through the mind of a man. How do we interpret our love language? I don't think. I personally think people don't spend enough time studying the opposite gender. You just come in and you think that they see the world the way you do,
Mm-hmm.
and then you get it wrong, and then you're confused, then you're pissed off, and then everybody breaks up. That always all these families are breaking up. These people are making babies and ruining the kids by breaking up before the baby's even born. It's kind of becoming like this shit show. The idea of family is almost something that has become a lost concept. It's literally becoming almost extinct for a lot of people, a segment of the culture. And there's a lot of reasons for this, but I'll also say that, to your point, women do internalize things,
Mm-hmm.
and I've just found that really fascinating. I've never understood why somebody sleeping with another person has anything to do with you. It doesn't. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. They because
While we're married.
well, while we're married or while you're single or whatever, I'm not saying that it's okay. I'm not saying that's not the rule, right? The rule, sure, the rule should be followed.
Okay.
And it's fine. Like whatever you agree to, you're supposed to do what you agree to. But just if you really want to talk about that, it's very confusing, I think, to a lot of men to say, like, if someone has a pleasurable experience over here, what does that have to do with you? That ain't got nothing to do with you. People don't. People, I don't know. I'm saying, give me let's have a moment of honesty in this room. How many of
Listen.
you have ever like been having sex with somebody and literally was doing it solely because you want to do it to hurt another person? Like how many of you like really like you're doing it in private, nobody knows that you're there except you and the other person? Has anybody ever done it and said, "Ooh, I'm really gonna break her heart. I'm really gonna mess him up. I'm gonna hurt him. She gonna be messed up when I go tell her about this experience." Like that's the part that's so strange to me, because it's not, so that's what helped me actually overcome my jealousy is, my thought was, well, most of the time, if somebody's seeking pleasure, that has nothing to do with me. I might be one of the people that she's seeking pleasure with or whatever, but it doesn't. If she likes another guy, that may not have anything to do with me. Now, for women, it is a little bit different because there's more of that emotional attachment. Women have more of that oxytocin, which creates those bonds. So sex is interpreted differently for women than it is for men. But generally, if you take that away, I don't know. I think once I started realizing that, I was like, you know what? She likes me, but she probably liked somebody else before me. She might like somebody else now. She might like somebody after. She'll definitely like somebody else after I'm gone. What do I care? And people, when I say that, people think that that's weird. But then I had to be in my 40s before I got to that point. Maybe in your 20s and 30s, you think it's all about sex organs. All your love is reduced to what somebody's doing with their genitals, and I just think that that's an awfully limited way of thinking about love and relationships. Love is supposed to be deep. It ain't just supposed to be about penises and vaginas. That's kind of my little stupid theory. So tell me how dumb I am. Go ahead.
I don't think you're dumb, voice, but it sounds like a trauma response. I'm no like I don't know who hurt you, but I'm no therapist. Obviously, your wife is a therapist, but I it sounds like to me a trauma response, and that's you're
Mm.
not wrong for that. You're not wrong for being like, okay, in order for me not to get hurt, I'm just gonna put myself here, and this is the way I feel about it. That way, it can go this way. But there is no way in the world that Tiara is going to just kind of sit back and be like, it doesn't matter what you do to your genitals, even though we've gotten married. Because the thing is, we might as well have a open relationship. If you're not going to keep your genitals in your pants, then I should just go out and do this. Like what are we doing? Because then the trust is gone, and then I'm like, is that bitch at the store? Like, is there like there's gonna be, I'm going to feel it, and I'm not going to be able to trust you and look at you the same
Mm.
because it's a deception, And so I
Well,
know you get it, and I know,
mhm,
but to me, it's not stupid. But I'm just saying, like,
mhm.
obviously, we will stand divided on that one.
No, it's not. It's not stupid, and we're not divided. I think everybody should just do what they want to do, right? And
Yeah,
we're in agreement on that.
yeah,
I think that when you talk about open relationships, you're right. There are more and more open relationships. They're just not called open relationships. But think about how many people there are out there with situationships.
yeah,
You know, I mean, think about how many, and I think that what you've got to kind of consider is that if I know a lot of men where they're seeing all these men go get married and fall in love and then get divorced and get devastated, lose their kids, lose their money. And then the only reason, and the main explanation is, well, he cheated. Then a lot of men are like, well, I don't want to sign up for something like that. So I'm just going to have situationships with women. So you're not getting the best out of men. Because your husband, even a man who cheats in their marriage, is usually trying harder than a single man. A single man owes you nothing. A single man says, I didn't promise you a nickel, so I'm not going to give you a nickel. A married man says, I'm going to promise you $1,000 and I might give you 950. Right. So if you beat that married man up for giving you 950 when he promised you 1,000, what you're doing, that I think, is you're trading in the person who at least is trying to give you 1,000 for the guy who ain't going to give you nothing, who's literally going to say, no, we're going to have an open relationship because I don't want to make a promise I can't keep. So I'm going to just keep coming to your house, getting the good stuff. And then I'm going to leave as soon as it's time to take care of the kids, pay the bills, visit you in the hospital, help you get your hair and your nails done, take out the trash, or do all the things that your husband was willing to do. Right? Your flawed, horrible husband that you put out. He was doing all that. I ain't doing none of that. I'm here for you and for that. I won't even talk to your kid. I know guys, that's the crazy thing. There are guys out there like that. Like, I don't even
for
want to talk to
sure.
your children. You got 3 kids, and they're like, are you my daddy? Like, hell no, I ain't your daddy. I'm here for your mama, and that's it. So to me, I don't think that's a healthy relationship. Like, when you talk about the pinnacle of disrespect, that's disrespectful, right? That's disrespectful when a person says, I did not hurt you because I gave you nothing, but I promised you nothing. Versus the person who says, I promised you everything and I gave you 90% of everything. Right. I personally, and this is me saying this without being gender specific, as a man, I would rather have a woman who promises me her best, who falls a little short, than a woman who promises me nothing and then gives me nothing, leaves me like dead on the doorstep, won't even come visit me if I'm in the cancer hospital. Like, that's just not, I don't know. That, to me, that's the way I see it. And I think that that's an okay interpretation. It may be a little unconventional, but it's better than the shit we got out here, because these relationships are BS. They're falling apart.
They are falling apart. So I feel you on the philosophy. I think what I'm saying is that's fine. Give me 950. But let that 50 that I don't get be like, you didn't put the toilet seat down. You know what I mean? Like, let it be like, you didn't pick up the kids from school. Oh, you got a little attitude today. Okay. It's not like I had sex with Tina, Tamika, Tanya, all the women in DMX's song, right? You're not saying that. So I think, you're right. People should do what they want to do, but also find someone who is okay doing those same things, right? So if there's a lot of women out here that don't mind open relationships. Tierra
Mhm.
Williams is just not one of them. So you might not want to come over here, but there are women that's like, yeah, I mean, we can swing, we can be swingers, and we can do all the things, and that's okay. And there's women that's willing to be sister wives. I'm just not one of them. So in that 950, I'll take all the BS. I don't want you to, I just don't want you to give your body to somebody else.
Yeah, that part I get, right. And remember, I was telling you though, there's not many open relationships. Most women say what you say. Most women say, yeah, there are plenty of women who give you an open relationship. I'm just not one of them.
Hmm.
Most men I know don't want an open relationship.
Right.
They want
Right.
an open situationship. A situationship is not the same as a relationship. A relationship means I got to answer the phone when you call. I got to check in with you each day. I got to possibly live in your house. I got to help you pay bills. I got to help you solve problems. I got to come visit you when you go to the hospital. I got to really be there for you in every way that a man is. I got to help you with the kids. Oh, that's a relationship. A lot
Mm-hmm.
of women don't want open relationships, and a lot of men don't either. So what a lot of men are picking, I've noticed, and it's a lot more dangerous, by the way. People talk about,
Yeah.
well, I don't want, I wouldn't want an open relationship, or I wouldn't want someone to cheat because they can get diseases and bring it in the house. I get all that. That makes sense.
Yeah.
But open situationships leave you open to all the diseases, right? So
Yeah.
when you go from saying, when you say my husband or my wife is crap, I'm going to go be single. Do you know the rise in STDs among singles in places like Atlanta and Houston? It's insane, right? So you're on the dating market now and you're free and easy. And so you meet somebody and you're like, gosh, I'd like to have a full-fledged relationship with this person. So let's say the person's like, oh, I don't want to make all those commitments because it's too hard, but I'll come by and have sex with you. And you got to have sex with somebody because you need it. And maybe it's, you know, like an important thing for you or something. So we're sleeping together, but then there's no accountability for anybody once you walk out of that room. Well, that's where the STDs get spread, right? Because you have a guy like an Iman Shumpert, as much crap as he was doing in that marriage, which maybe he was getting it in, maybe he was a 20-something-year-old NBA player with millions of dollars in the bank. I bet every nickel in my bank account that some stuff happened that wasn't marital, if you will. But what do you think he's going to do as a single man? Like now he can have sex with 8 strippers at a time if you want. And some of the athletes are crazy when it comes to Chad. I remember hearing Chad Ochocinco talking to, it might have been Terrell Owens or somebody else. And they were like, yeah, man, remember when we went to the Bahamas and we had sex with like 18 girls in one night? It was some massive number, right?
Yeah.
So so to me, what bothers me about the whole single space, especially in the culture where sex has really been devalued. I mean, it's being sold on Instagram, you know, for 25 cents a pound.
Yeah.
You're talking about literally a pandemic of STDs in terms of just the way the rapid nature by which it's being spread. And so so I don't know which direction. Like, I don't think you can really get away from it completely. I don't know. I mean, again, so I think that if you say, I want to divorce my spouse because she cheated or he cheated because I'm worried about catching the disease, I just, in my mind, I'm kind of thinking, yeah, but if, you know, your man has sex with 2 women in the last 5 years, but the new guy that you met when you became single and you're trying to date after 50, oh, he might have had sex with 8 women that week. And there's nothing you can say. There's nothing you can do. You have no rights at all whatsoever. Is that situation better than the one before? I don't know. These are questions I'm asking out loud because this is literally like I think we always think the grass is greener on the other side, and I think that is always a lie. I think that the situation that you're in, you're typically better off making the best of the situation you're in than by constantly believing that your life will improve if you pick a different situation. That's what I believe. Please tell me where I'm wrong.
You always tell me to tell you where you're wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You said something about the reasoning I wanted divorce is because someone's going to give me an STD. It's just like that's not the reason, right? That's not wholeheartedly the reason. Like it's just it does something to intimacy. I think it does something to trust. It does something to the bond of the relationship. The reason why people have sex, like you said, is to bond. Is to bond and to become and to build that and to build all the things that you need to make babies and take care of someone and love them long term. Like all of those things are done through sex and like time. And so as if it being one of the most important things that bonds you, it just kind of hurts to have someone go and do it with someone else. Now I understand that, like, sometimes, so we've had this conversation. Sometimes a man might want pizza for dinner instead of the hamburger that he's used to. And I understand that. But I think that communication is important on that front. Like, I don't know. Like, because I know, I'm not married. So it's like, I understand, like, long-term situations, people just need what they need. But maybe people should consider, if you have a palette for different women, maybe you should look at all of your options. You want some sister wives, go get some, like get women who are okay with maybe, coming through, and we get 3 women that we test out, and we, like, I don't know, all the crazy things that people do, all the secret lives that people live. Do that, but do what you want to do. Like you said, do what you want to do.
Okay. Well, you know what? I was looking for a list of reasons that men cheat and a list of reasons that women cheat. But before I do that, I want everybody to know you're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is Tiara KJ Williams, aka Miss Black Hollywood. Here is her website. It's realvirtual.net. If you have a business and you want to start, or you want to start a business and quit your job or side hustle, whatever it is, reach out to realvirtual.net. You can do a consultation with Tiara and her team, and they can help you not only come up with the next idea for your business, but also execute the idea. And so feel free to go to realvirtual.net, not .com, .net. And also let my book is the 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I have another book called Financial Lovemaking. You can find my books at drboycebooks.com. That's drboycebooks.com. And also, a lot of you already know about the pretty wildly popular Money in the Morning class that we do. I do a free class in the Black Business School that is designed on economic elevation to help you elevate your economic thinking, your financial consciousness. So if you'd like to be invited to this class, it's totally free. Just pull out your phone, text the word morning to the number 87948, text morning to 87948. Or if you live out of the country, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. All right, so we were talking about Tiana Taylor and Iman Shumpert and their interesting divorce, and just kind of got into a conversation about relationships. Let's not judge each other based on our opinions and our beliefs. I think that we can all agree that the Black family's kind of screwed, that divorce rates are incredibly high. These marriages, these families, these little instant families that look real cute on the internet, they end up crumbling and falling apart in front of our faces. And it says something's wrong. I think it says that we're not doing the work, to have the substance to go along with the flash. Everybody's worried about how good he looks, how good she looks, how much money they have, how much fame they have, and how cute the kids are. But nobody's talking about what is required to really know what it's like to really stay married. These two beautiful couple, beautiful children, got married in their mid-20s. And I would almost argue that, Tiara, that getting married in your mid-20s is hard now. It used to be doable. There was a time in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s where people got married in their early 20s. When my parents got married, my daddy was 22, my mother was 21. And they've been married for 50 years. They are doing their 50th wedding anniversary this year. And let me just tell you about this. Here's something that everybody needs to understand. That making it that 50 years, that wasn't no damn fairy tale. All this cuteness and looking good and being on the cover of Ebony and just, and all, we a beautiful couple and all that. And that was not how my parents made it 50 years. They made 50 years by being tough. They made 50 years by being committed to what they agreed to do. They made 50 years by forgiving each other an infinite number of times. They made 50 years by dealing with their heartbreak, being able to let things go. And why is that beneficial? Well, if you go and you ask my mama or my father, are you glad you spent 50 years of your life with this other person? They're going to say absolutely yes. They're very proud of the fact that they did that. And I can tell you for a fact that it wasn't all peaches and roses. If they had gotten married in the 1990s or beyond, they would not have made it 50 years. At some point, something would have happened where men would be saying to my dad, "Oh, you a simp, right? Why you taking care of a little kid? I was a little kid. You taking care of a little kid and ain't yours. You a simp." Well, they would have said to my mother, "Girl, you gonna let him do you like that? You do you like that? He gonna blah blah blah." And to some extent, I think anybody who's smart, you're gonna listen to women and you're gonna listen to men. A lot of women don't listen to men. A lot of men don't listen to women, and vice versa. There's information out there. There's information, I think, Tiara, in the trauma. When you had, as much as it was hard for people to listen to Kevin Samuels and that crew, I think there's a lot of knowledge you get out of that. If you can get past your ego and listen to what these men were saying, they were saying some things that needed to be heard. It just got lost because Kevin became famous by proudly telling women they were going to die alone, which that was my beef with Kevin. Was I said, dude, you don't have to say that. You're a smart man. You don't have to condemn people to die alone. And you saw God has a way of being ironic because he died alone, right? So the truth is, like he diluted a powerful message by making it so toxic and unhearable by so many people that needed to hear it. Because I would say on the other side of Vivica Fox, who almost took pleasure in Kevin Samuels' death, who was kind of like, almost like kind of gloating on it a little bit. She's 60 years old, talking about she looking for a man. And that's what a lot of men are talking about. They're like, okay, here you are, you a senior citizen, talking about I'm on the dating scene. You really the old chick in the club. You the old chick in the club's mama. Now you're not even the old chick in the club anymore. You're the old chick in the club's mama. And you're still talking about I'm single and ready to mingle. And the numbers aren't really in your favor like they used to be. So maybe there's like an answer that nobody really wants to look for because they don't want to accept what the answer looks like. What do you think, Tierra?
You know, sometimes when I'm thinking about the things that our grandparents endured, our great grandmas, like you said, your mother, and what they had to accept from men, I know for sure women in this generation, in my generation, and the young girls, they don't want to deal with that. They feel
Mm.
like, you know, at this point, you can see the internet is full of women saying, if he don't make $100,000, if he ain't, if he ain't 6 feet, if he is not this, they're popping the balloon, right? There's these trivial things that women are looking for. They gonna pop the balloon. And so you're absolutely right. And but there are things that I don't know if I would want to put up with. You know, our
Mm.
grandparents had to put up with things because the men were the breadwinners, right? So the women had to stay home and they kind of had to work and kind of thug through that thing. We don't necessarily have to do that, right? We independent women. We, you know, we're out here making our own coin, all the things. But you know, we can't cuddle with these degrees. We can't cuddle with that money. So we have to figure out what the balance of that is, boys. I mean, I think that's the thing. Like, what are you willing to accept from another human being? Like, what about a man can you just accept and take and say, okay, I
Mm.
know this is flawed about you, and I'll accept that, and have those real conversations, you know. But sometimes women get in these situations and they just really want to be, they want the wedding day, they want to throw the rise, and then afterwards they don't really want to do the work. It's just like, oh my god, this is, I got to do this with you every day, like you're here again still, you know. So I just think we have to really decide who we want to be and who we want to be with, and kind of strive in that direction. And when there's one other thing, because we talk about this often, but I often think about like Jada and Will, and we've had a conversation about Jada and Will before. But I remember I cringed when they were on Red Table talk about bad marriage for life, you know. And but you know, they've built so much together. You know, it's undeniable what they were able to do together. But on the flip side of that, once I read Jada's book, Jada really resented Will in a lot of ways. You know, she talked about how his, you know, how he was sexually incompetent. I don't know. It's just like, what, to what degree do you just stay with someone just to build generational wealth and like just to stay together to say we stayed together, but you
Mm.
like
Mhm.
resent and hate them afterwards? So I guess that's my question to you. I'm throwing that back to you. Like in a situation like Will and Jada, where it's obvious like Jada hates Will. Like I read the book. She don't like him. Like she ain't liked him in a long time. Where you would sleep with your son's friend, you know, and then talk about it on a red table talk with your husband, right? It's just like the disrespect is wild, right? So I wonder to what degree that you stay together.
Um, I think that Will and Jada definitely is an enigma. I feel like they definitely took themselves off of a perch, like they were kind of respected at such a high level. I think their respect level, at least as a couple, declined because they made that choice to reveal so much of their personal business on that show, The Red Table Talk. Um, when I see stuff like that, that doesn't make sense to me. In statistics, they had this thing we studied in grad school called the latent variable problem. And the latent variable problem basically says that it applied to statistical models. And it basically said, if you see some shit that don't make no sense, that means that there's a variable underneath that you're not observing. There's some
Right.
other, you know, you're looking at it from it's a three-dimensional problem, but really it's a five-dimensional problem. There's two dimensions that you just don't know exist. You
Yeah.
know, and so with that couple, it's almost like we're analyzing Will and Jada as a two or three-dimensional issue when really it's a 20-dimensional issue.
Mm-hmm.
There's many dimensions to this relationship that we will never ever be privy to.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody might be blackmailing the other person. You know, maybe there's something terrible that happened in their marriage that that Will does not want Jada to expose. You know, you just don't know, right?
Well, I
So
just mean at the level, I just mean at the level of disrespect. Like, how much
mhm.
do you take publicly? If Alicia was doing this to you publicly, like slandering you and saying, oh, you know, he don't satisfy me in bed, and just like really personal jabs, would you stay with Alicia just for to build generational wealth and to say you did it and stay committed?
Well, first off, I think when you say just for generational wealth, I don't think I don't think staying married just for generational wealth is really a good idea in general. I
Hmm.
think it's more so it's bigger than just the money.
Okay.
You know, if I was in a situation where I was married to her and we had 5 kids that were my children, I would give up anything to stay in the house with my kids. I don't give a shit. I don't care. You can
Really?
drag me. Yeah, you can drag me. You can cheat. You can do whatever you want. I ain't leaving my children, period. Because
Hmm.
I know what divorce does to kids. I don't think we care. We don't give a damn about the children. We don't even, the kids be sitting there. Your little 13-year-old son done got suicidal. He's hooked on dope now. I know people like this. I know um, children. I think about one in particular, but I know several
Mm-hmm.
where the boy, his dad moved out and he literally got hooked on heroin. He was
Yeah.
running the streets, getting into stuff. Now his mother ain't been able to control him since he was 13. Now he's 23. She's scared of him. She has to hide from her own son.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that would have happened if the daddy was still there. I think the daddy would have had he would have been able to be a good teammate to help her to control his behavior. And we ignore these effects. We want to, and the reason we don't see it clearly, in my opinion, is because of the egos. There are so
Mm.
many mothers who take it personal if you critique their child that they can't hear you when you tell them, like, look, your son needs a daddy.
Yeah.
All these black boys, when these women are going out here trying to date these black men, and these men are pieces of shit, they're lazy, they talking like women. They sound like a bunch of biatches, some of them. They run around talking about, well, how you gonna expect a man to make money when you ain't got no money? That's because she's a woman, asshole. She's not a dude. That's like her expecting you. That's like if you say, I want a woman to have a nice booty and some long hair, and she's like, well, you ain't got no big booty and you ain't got no long hair. That's because you're a man. She's a woman. People forget this. I hate it. I'm not gonna lie. I hate it when people literally, when a man will literally say, well, what about women? If she expects me to have it, she should have it too. No, there are gender roles. You're not the
Mm-hmm.
same.
Mm-hmm.
And so to me, that's that white liberal nonsense. They got that in our head that gender is a figment of our imagination, and we're all just a bunch of Brittany Grinders running around here not knowing what gender we are. To hell with that nonsense. No, you're a
Yeah.
dude, man.
Yeah.
Man up. And a lot of guys don't know how to man up because they never hung out with a man. All they know how to do is be women with beards and penises. And
Yeah.
so women have to acknowledge that part of the reason that you're dating these women with beards and penises is because you got these moms that swear they can just raise a man by themselves, and unfortunately you're raising women with beards and penises, and but yet these penises are working, so they're impregnating women and having children, abandoning them, letting people down, not committing to anything, and just going through life complaining. And so I personally think that until we have some accountability, like until men, for example, acknowledge our role in abandoning kids, like the fact that we're not doing what we're supposed to do, and women acknowledge their role, that somebody just told you that men are not important and that all your kids need is your love and not their daddy's love. Until we all start to become honest with that and have those come to Jesus moments, we're gonna keep raising some crazy ass kids. They put it this way: they will have no ability nor any concept of what it's required to build a family. In order for me to be a husband, I had to get training from my mama that was 2 decades long. I had to know what it was like to live with a woman in the house. There's so many things, so many little things I learned from my mother that told me how my mother was different from my father. That was very important when it came to dealing with my wife.
Mm-hmm.
Even the little things like how the bathroom smells different when your mama's on her period. Like I noticed that when I was a little kid, right? So when you grow up, it doesn't shock you. Like, oh my God, what the hell is this? Right? You're like, oh, I know what this is. So same thing, and the same thing you see, I think, with girls. When girls grow up, I think without dealing with a man on a day-to-day basis, they form this fantasy of what a man is supposed to be. And the fantasy is not linked at all to reality. And so they get together with a man. They're like, okay, do you promise to do this? Okay, yeah, baby, I do. Do you promise to be like this? Okay, I do that, baby. And because they're going to say, it's like a student loan. You know how people would sign up for $200,000 in student loans because all they really want is the check. They're like, I want the refund check so I can go to the mall. So I'll sign anything you need me to sign so I can get that refund check, right?
Yeah.
So he's signing the document so he can get a refund check.
Mm-hmm.
But you're really thinking that he's really gonna be able to live up to all these commitments he's making, And sometimes even he don't even know that he can't live up to it. He's trying, but he can't. So that's why I would say a 25-year-old Iman Shumpert getting married, that's a disaster waiting to happen. Kobe Bryant at 20 years old getting married. Oh, that was a disaster waiting to happen. I knew that. I said that actually. When I saw he was 20 and get married, I was like, what are you doing? That's crazy. Why would you do that? And lo and behold, a few years later, he's in Colorado having raw sex with this white lady he met 45 minutes earlier. Yeah, it just happens, and I just kind of think somehow we got to link up the fantasy with reality. It doesn't mean you let go of the fantasy. It doesn't mean you let go of expectations. You have to have expectations of people and standards and all that. But when all these families are breaking up, when all these marriages are falling apart, it tells me that there's some kind of misalignment there. And I think we're ignoring it. I think that we're not being honest with ourselves and with each other. So one thing that helped me a lot in terms of getting along with women in general is I try to remember. I think what was that book, The Four Agreements, where one of the four agreements is like don't have expectations for anybody, like something like that. It's like basically like stop putting your expectations on people. Learn, do your absolute best. Pick good people to be in your life, and then accept them for who the fuck they are. That's what I believe. So, but you got to pick good people, because if you pick shitty people, then you're going to always be accepting shitty outcomes. And that's the other thing. People don't take enough time. It's like, oh, you look good. You're famous. You're rich. I'm going to be with you. And you haven't taken the time to really evaluate a person's character long enough to say, okay, I've seen you at your best and I've seen you at your worst. Can I live with all that? If the answer is yes, then maybe that's your person. But you got to be able to accept people for who they are. Because if you don't, and you start putting these crazy expectations on them, all you're going to do is be pissed off and frustrated, because you can't control other people. I can't control women. In fact, after you talk, I'm going to tell you a funny story, but I want you to talk because I've been talking too much. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just thinking when you were saying all of that was because in my mind I was like, well, how do I get to this then? Like, what are we really saying? So maybe we just have to allow people who get married young, and I'm gonna go back to Iman, maybe in 20 years from now, or maybe 10 years from now, 5 years from now, Iman will have a different perspective because he'll have some time to mature. He seems very, 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 very immature at this point, just in the way he's publicly like trying to shame a woman who's like, I mean, I just want to be cool. I don't want to start no drama. Let's not do it publicly. Like, he's like, no, let everybody know. To me, it just tells me that he has some growing to do.
Yes.
So when you say that, it just, and women usually mature faster than men anyway. Like, y'all don't mature till y'all get, what, you matured at like 45, Boyce? Like, men mature, like you said, in my 40s is when I figured it out. It's like, okay, that's when men mature usually. So waiting until later to get married, or just kind of like dealing with whatever it is that you have to deal with, but growing together in that direction, staying together regardless, and letting each other grow, like letting each other mature, growing together, letting each other mature, all of that. So I don't know, I was just thinking that. But I was going to ask you, did you see the numbers for Iman's settlement? Because you didn't say anything about it.
I saw something about $8,000 a month in child support, and then he wrote her a check for 6 figures, or 7 figures. Is that right?
Yes, 7 figures, and then I'm gonna read it to you. The latest ruling includes a one-time 7-figure payment from Iman Shumpert to Tiana Taylor. Tiana will also keep 4 marital properties valued at approximately $10 million from their shared estate, while Shumpert will retain a Miami condo and properties in South Georgia and Decatur. Regarding child support, Shumpert will pay $8,000 a month and cover private school fees for the daughters. Both have retained most of their personal assets, including Taylor's Bronco truck. So I feel like overall it was pretty fair in terms of, I don't know what they got, but it feels like it wasn't like she came in and she walked away with all of his money, or he walked away with all of her money. They just kind of walked away and was able to, evenly break bread and keep it moving.
Yeah, I agree. And by the way, everybody, you're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. If you could hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe button as well. Make sure you subscribe. And also, I'm speaking with Tiara KJ Williams, aka Miss Black Hollywood. Her website is realvirtual.net. If you'd like to get help with your business or get started or get some assistance, you can reach out to her company, and they can give you some people that can not just help you come up with your ideas, but also execute them. And also, don't forget that tomorrow morning, we're going to do our economic elevation financial consciousness training. We do this every single morning, 7 days a week. If you'd like to join and you want to economically elevate, just text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948, and you will get an invitation to join us tomorrow for class. And it's free to the public because I want to see you economically elevate. In case you don't know, my background, my PhD is in finance, and I'd like to share that with you so that you can achieve your economic goals. Now, let's maybe we can let me tell you my funny story, T.
Yeah,
Okay.
tell me the story. Okay.
So my funny story is about expectations with people. So let me read. So remember we mentioned that book, The Four Agreements. And so what are the four agreements? The four agreements are: be impeccable with your word. Mm-hmm. Don't take anything personally. Mm-hmm. Don't make assumptions. And always do your best. Always do your best. And I think that's a perfect setup for a good marriage, right? You know, try to keep your word, right? Which is a big one, right? Because people make vows and then they break the vows, and the next thing you know, that breaks everything up, right? But then also don't take it personally can kind of mean, look, if somebody, you know, does something that I just don't like, or whether it's, you know, something sexual or something, maybe that's not personal. Maybe that's just them doing their thing, right? But then again, that does conflict with not keeping their word, right? So I can get mad about that, right? But I don't think. I will say this. I don't want to get cheated on, but if I got cheated on, I wouldn't really take it personally. But then again, maybe I should. Maybe let me explain why, and I'm going to give you explain why in a minute. What else? Don't make assumptions. Find the courage to ask questions and express what you really want. Always do your best. I think doing your best is good, and I think that what's interesting about marriage is that I believe a lot of people are doing their best, but their best just isn't good enough. Because I think that being married and having a family does require training and commitment, intentionality and maturity. And so to your point, when you were talking about Iman Shumpert sort of wanting things to be public and messy, a man with children should not want that. You should not want your children to have to see you attacking their mother in public. Just because she made you mad doesn't mean you have to lower your standard and become ghetto with it, right? You ain't got to be ghetto. You can just handle it professionally, because coming together it should be done in an appropriate way. Breaking up should be done in an appropriate way. But let me tell you the story about expectations that really is where your expectations are forming a fantasy in your head can really get you in trouble. So we talked about how sometimes I think women, especially girls who grow up without a father in the house, who haven't been around men, can have this unreasonable expectation of what men are supposed to do, so they can spend their whole lives looking for something that does not exist. Well, men can kind of have these weird expectations too. I knew this guy. I used to mentor him at Syracuse University, and I knew him even as he got older. So after he left school, he calls me up. He's about 28 years old, and he tells me, he says, I said, so how are things going? You know, you met a girl yet? What's going on? And he says, yeah. He says, you know, Doc, these women out here, they're just no good. They don't have any morals. They blah, 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 blah. They'll lie to you. And I said, oh, what happened to you? And he says, you know, I was dating this girl, and we would get together and we would pray together, and we would pray together twice a week. And I thought she was pure. Because we prayed together. She told me she was a virgin. She was this, that, and the other. And he said, and my boy comes up to me and he says, man, I just got to tell you that right after you get done praying, she comes to my house, and I blow her back out. You know, like he's like, we have sex. We've been having sex for a while, and I feel like as your friend, I should tell you that she's got this whole other life that she never told you about. And he was devastated, obviously, right? And he said she pretended to be pure, and it was all a lie. It was all a lie. And that's when I just had to tell him. I said, you know, man, I said, women ain't pure like that. Like, they're not, nor healthy women are not, because healthy women are sexual, because that's how you make babies. That's where children come from. That's why we exist. You know, if women were as pure as we wanted them to be, then all humanity would cease to exist. So I told him, I said, honestly, man, I said, I wouldn't be so hard on her, because I said, of course, you can't excuse, you know, deception, but I said, she probably wanted to sleep with you, but she was trying to play the game with you. She was giving you what you wanted. You needed her to be pure, and you're like, oh, we wait until marriage and this, that, and that. So she's trying to wait because she wants you, But you can't love the one you want. You love the one you with. So your boy's like, hey girl, I can quench your thirst until your man becomes available. I don't mind being the replacement or the backup. And that's what happened. She didn't even really want him. She wanted you. That's why she was praying with you and letting you know how much she liked you. So the thing was, I just felt bad for him because I just kind of said, why do you have this purity expectation anyway? Like, she's human, you know? And I just kind of think that's what happens sometimes. I think people expect too much out of other human beings sometimes. And so I think one of the secrets to accepting people is pick good people in your life. Take your time, really vet people, make sure that they, you know, that they're just solid people. And then when they get in your life, it's like getting into a club, you know, like with my closest friends, this is how my relationship is with my closest friends. You know, you're one of my closest friends too. It's like I evaluate people over a long period of time. I make sure that they're not too crazy or too ridiculous, or that they are toxic or harmful or vengeful or whatever. And once I kind of let you in the club, I'm going to just pretty much be loyal to you and forgive you for shortcomings you may have, because I know that they're there. I know they're coming, right? And I don't know if we do that. I think we get surprised a lot, right? And what people don't realize is that when you go to the world and you tell everybody, oh, I love this person and they're amazing and I'm gonna have a baby with them and I'm gonna marry that guy or that woman or whatever, and then a year or two later, you're like, I hate their guts. They're terrible. Let me tell y'all how abusive they were. Let me tell you how mean he was. He was horrible. You don't realize that you're really talking about yourself too.
Yeah.
You do know that, right? What you're really communicating to the world is that you don't have a lot of emotional maturity, nor do you have that patience to properly vet the people that you're letting into your life. So at that point, in my mind, I don't trust your judgment. You know, and it's the same thing is true with Iman Shumpert. If you are dogging out the woman that you chose to be the mother of your kids, then why would you choose her? I mean, that's a sacred role. That is, she is the queen of your life. That is the woman that gave birth to your legacy. And you're talking about her like she a damn dog off the street. That tells me that you're not a good decision maker. Don't get me wrong. We all have issues with you know, co-parents and baby mama, baby daddy. Everybody goes through that. You know, I got a child and my child's mother and I didn't always get along, but you don't hear me talking bad about her, because I realize that when I talk about bad about her, I'm talking bad about myself. And I don't know if people understand that. I'll let you get the last word.
Yeah, the internet is filled with people that do that every day. I feel like on my timeline, that's all we see is people breaking up and putting it and plastering their business all over the internet streets. Um, you've given me a lot to think about, boys. You've given me a lot to think about, but you always give me an alternative perspective on things. You know, God bless. You know, I'm glad that Iman and Tiana are, I guess, no longer together. Like, they are moving forward their lives. They've settled their divorce, and now they can just move on and be the successful people that they are. I think Tiana is an amazing, talented woman. It's unfortunate that she had to go through that, but I think the great thing about going through things is life is the greatest. You know, it provides the greatest lessons. So I'm sure she's learned a lot. I'm sure she's matured. I'm sure he has. Well, maybe not, but he will. You know, so God bless them both.
I agree. And Heather says, so Dr. B, we should expect a lie. No, I don't think you should expect anything. I think you should expect whatever you're comfortable with. I expect lies, though. I expect that human beings are going to be human, and you know, and in my mind, it's sort of like I'm not going to get mad at you for making mistakes or coming up short. I just, because you're just recycling people, and then you know you kick out people in your life that you've had around for a long time, and then you're starting over with somebody new, and you don't know what the hell you're gonna get. You dragging shit in from the street. I don't want to drag people in from the street. I'd rather deal with the devil I know than the devil I don't know. And I do know, as much as on any day I might be frustrated with the people around me, you know, I don't want to just bring a bunch of new people in my space, you know, because you got to have a whole new process. And then what happens is you find yourself running in circles, because you find out that the new humans that you let into your life are just as human as the other humans that you booted out. And so actually, before we go, though, I'm going to read to you this quick list. As everybody hits the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And this is Tiara KJ Williams, by the way. And I'm going to put her website up here. If y'all want to follow up, she has a great company called Real Virtual that can help you to get started with your business, your side hustle, whatever. If you want to make extra money, you can go to realvirtual.net and they can help you kind of get going. So go to realvirtual.net. Also, this podcast is on Spotify. So if you look up my name on Spotify, you'll find a couple of podcasts. You have the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. I also do Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, where I give you kind of daily updates on what's happening in the stock market. So feel free to look up Boyce Watkins there. And also Fly Nubian Money is something that Tierra is the producer on Fly Nubian Money, executive producer. And that is where smart Black women kind of share their perspectives on everything related to love, life, business, and everything in between. So you can find Fly Nubian Money also on Spotify. Now, let me read to you, Tierra, and I'm going to get your opinion. Then all the rest of you make a comment on this. I'm going to give you the 5 reasons that the top 5 reasons men cheat, according to research. And then I'm going to give you the top 5 reasons that women cheat. Okay. So in the list, and I want us to compare the list. Okay. So the top 5 reasons they say that men cheat is emotional dissatisfaction. They say men may seek emotional connection elsewhere if they feel emotionally neglected, misunderstood, or disconnected from their partner.
That's
2, opportunity and temptation. Access to potential partners, especially in environments that facilitate privacy and opportunity, can lead to cheating if impulse control is weak. That's NBA players. Opportunity and temptation. Women everywhere. Lack of commitment. Some men might not be fully committed to their relationships and see cheating as an acceptable option when their commitment wanes. 4, self-esteem issues. Seeking validation from other partners can be a way for some men to boost their self-esteem or feel more desirable. So if they don't feel desired or they are beaten down emotionally, they might cheat. 5, boredom or need for variety. A desire for new experiences or the thrill of the chase can prompt some men to engage in affairs. Okay. So that's the top 5 reasons that men cheat. All right. Now let's look at women. Let's see how much the list varies for women. And you can take notes on that, T, and let me know what you think. Top 5 reasons that women cheat. Emotional neglect is number 1. Women may seek emotional connection elsewhere if they feel neglected, unappreciated, or emotionally distant from their partner. 2, seeking emotional or physical fulfillment. Some women cheat when their emotional or physical needs are not being met in their current relationship. So either they ain't getting no good, blankety blank, or their not emotional needs aren't being met. 3, revenge or retaliation. In some cases, women may cheat as a form of retaliation against a partner who has cheated on them or hurt them in other significant ways. That's interesting because revenge was not on the men's list, and it's funny that that difference is there. Number 4, low self-esteem. Women might seek validation outside their relationship if they feel insecure or undervalued, using an affair to boost their self-esteem or feel more desired. 5 is lack of love. If the love fades in a relationship, some women might look for that connection or passion with someone else, leading them to seek an affair. So here's what I noticed first, T. Most of the reasons for cheating for women almost always connected to some kind of emotion. That's what I'm noticing. First is emotional, if they're emotionally neglected, if they need to be emotionally fulfilled, if they feel the need to get revenge, that's another emotion. Low self-esteem, that's an emotion. A lack of love, that's very emotional. Whereas when they talked about the men, they do have some emotional stuff in here, but a lot of it is not emotional, actually. They do have emotional dissatisfaction and self-esteem. Then there's, well, maybe boredom is an emotion, but that's a different emotion, right? Opportunity and temptation. I guess temptation is an emotion, but it's a different sort of emotion. They didn't mention temptation when it came to women. They also didn't mention revenge when it came to men. So what do you think about this list? How do you know, what variation do you notice there?
I think it's really important to know that men and women, obviously, we all know this, we're raised a little differently. Where I think women fall in love with the idea of love. I think there's a difference between men and women, right? This is my philosophy on this. Women fall in love with the idea of love from a very young age. We're watching Disney stories. We're like, Barbie, you love Ken, and he gonna love you for life. There's we kind of like create this fantasy, and it's over a long period of time we create that fantasy, right? So I think once we get in relationship with someone, if they don't meet those ideas of love that we had, if it's not the way it was pictured, like, well, love is supposed to look like this, love is supposed to look like that, like this is the way love is supposed to look. I think then we go to those other things like, well, I don't feel emotionally fulfilled, I don't feel this way, or I don't feel that way. And I think it's because of what we created in our minds. For men, it's a little different because you guys don't want to fall in love with women. Like y'all, that's not the first thing you want to do. You're not like, I want to fall in love. When you meet a woman, you're going, she's cool. The woman is going, I hope I fall in love with him. He might be the one. Like, it's the whole thing. Like, we go through the whole, like, that's our experiences, right? You want everything but to fall in love with this lady. And when you do fall in love with her, you be like, she got me. Dang it. Like, it's kind of like that. Like, we got to drag you into love. And so I think men fall in love deeper that way. I think that it's easier for women to fall in and out of love based on the idea that they've created. So if it doesn't, after a while, it's like, this just doesn't feel the same. This doesn't. So everything that you said,
Mm.
and after a while, it's like a woman will say, like, "Oh, this doesn't feel the same. I want you to take me on dates or whatever the woman wants." If she doesn't get that, then at some point, I think all of those things are true, and it's really not fair. But women do it. They do it, and we, after a while, it's like it just doesn't feel the same. My feelings don't feel the same because he's not the same, and it doesn't look like it looks in my
Mm.
head. And so yeah, that's my philosophy on that. But men don't want to fall in love with women. Like, I don't think you guys do. I don't think you guys do. So of course that's it. Of course that's the reason why you cheat. So yeah, that's
Mhm.
my philosophy on that.
Have you ever heard of the term love addicts?
Yes.
Yeah, so love addicts, and I wrote about this in my book Financial Lovemaking, actually, and I remember reading about it. And I gathered some stuff here. It says love addicts are individuals who experience an unhealthy attachment to the feeling of being in love,
Mm,
often confusing emotional intensity for intimacy. This
yeah.
type of addiction is characterized by a pattern where a person becomes dependent on the euphoria associated with being in love, continually seeking out new relationships or clinging to unhealthy relationships in order to sustain these feelings. I think that addiction is high in the Black community. I really do. I think
Mm-hmm.
that addiction is a coping mechanism for tremendous amounts of undiagnosed, untreated trauma that doesn't just affect our mental health or in our relationships, but it affects our spending patterns and everything else, and just our ability to get along. So I think that trauma, um, it's pain, right? You're feeling pain inside. So the best way to ease pain or to relieve stress is through some sort of addiction. So maybe for men it might show up as a sexual addiction. Maybe for women it
Mm-hmm.
might show up as a sexual and or a romantic, a love addiction, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know a lot of men who are love addicts, but I know women who just they're in love with a new guy every 6 months. And one thing that I remember reading about, when I was reading the biology of love, because I was fascinated with how it made you feel, is really interesting. Is they're like these chemicals, phenylethylamine, that are really strong, like an emotional crack that you feel in the first 6 months. And they say that
Mm-hmm.
it gets triggered when you first touch a person. When you first touch them, you just have this blast of emotion. It's like hitting the pipe. When you
Mm-hmm.
touch somebody new, it's just a new experience. And they said that if you want to be committed to your current relationships, don't touch another person. Don't even put yourself in a situation, not touch like handshake or hug, but like a romantic touch, like that trigger, like that will what that what'll happen is you'll be so like struck with the experience of the new person that the old person is going to seem boring. I compare it to like chewing gum. Like if you put a new piece of gum in your mouth, it's full of sugar. It's delicious. It's not that same piece you've been chewing on for the last 2 days.
Yeah.
So in a way, it's almost like you have to protect your love by protecting your environment, sort of creating a space where it's easy for you to be committed to whatever you said you're going to do, almost like a person that's trying to eat healthy food that keeps sugary food out of the house. Because if
Yeah.
you have all this temptation around you, this is why I feel bad for the NBA players trying to have traditional relationships, is that everything you're doing, you're constantly in these situations where you can fulfill all these temptations with nobody looking, and the world is encouraging that.
Yeah.
Everybody's going along with that, right? So I kind of think that overall that's a factor I think we don't think enough about. So you have people that just have these relationships. They last about 6 to 9 months, and then after about 9 months, they said that the strong chemicals start to wear off, and next thing you know, the person is not as interesting. They're not as excited. I think for men, maybe it's like on the sexual side. They said the other thing that really triggers a strong emotion is like the first, like orgasms. We people are obsessed with that. And they said that for women, orgasms really open up the oxytocin receptors. So you form strong bonds with the person that helped you to feel that pleasure. And that's like That's what some would describe as like a strong spiritual connection. Like when a woman's with a man, it's almost like his spirit goes into her body, and but really it's also just biochemical. Like he's something to you almost forever sometimes, you know. And I personally kind of think if you're giving somebody that amount of power, you better make sure you vet that person, because I almost look at it as, you know, when that person gives you that feeling and they get to control whether you get to have that feeling, they almost become like your drug pusher, and you're the drug addict, and that puts you in a position of weakness relative to that person. They have a tremendous amount of power over you, and if it's an abusive person who abuses that power, you're in trouble. Oprah Winfrey, remember when Oprah got caught or was about to get caught smoking crack back in the day, and she said, I realized I wasn't addicted to the drug, I was addicted to the man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think that that's a real thing, and I think that this
I don't know where Boyce just went.
literally, can you hear me, T?
Yeah, I couldn't hear you. I was like, where did Boyce just go?
Yeah, I did. Maybe my Wi-Fi went out for a minute. Maybe that's my cue that I need to stop talking so much. So yeah, but I just think overall, like I think these are things that I wish people got trained on. Like I think love and attraction is so powerful that kids should literally get a course on relationships and family, because it opens this Pandora's box to, you know, like you're just thinking, okay, I'm gonna hook up with so and so because they're cute. And you don't know that's like God's little dirty trick. That's they're sucking you in. They're like, yeah, come on in. We're gonna make you reproduce and multiply and all this other stuff. Then next thing you know, you're building families. And what do you have when you have a group of traumatized people that are engaged in all these trauma responses that lead to these sex and love addictions? Next thing you know, you've got these this evidence of the addiction everywhere. You know, the same way like you can see that somebody's been smoking crystal meth because all their teeth are missing, or smoking crack because they all skinny. Well, to me, when I see a person that's got like, you know, 5 kids with 5 daddies, that's to me, that's evidence of your addiction. Or if you're morbidly obese, that's evidence of your sugar addiction. So to me, when all these broken families are evidence of the addictions that are used to cope with this undiagnosed, untreated trauma. How's that theory? What do you think?
I'm into it. I'm into it. I like it. I mean, I'm into it. I mean, you just told me all the scientific things. I don't have a response to that. That's great. I learned a lot. I was listening.
Well, I'll tell you, I think it's interesting stuff. It's you know, it's fun to watch. I think if you figure it out, it can really work for you, right? Like family and love and sex, all this stuff is really powerful. And if you harness the power of anything, it can be to your benefit. But if you use it irresponsibly, it can cause harm to yourself and to other people.
So whenever you find yourself in a situation with somebody and you think it feels like a soul tie, it feels like an addiction, you're like, oh my God, I'm having withdrawals from this person. Because we've all been there, right? You can just literally tell yourself, like, no, that's just a chemical. You're not really feeling this way. Like, it's so funny, Boyce. Talking to you always, like, it kind of takes the air out of things. It's like when I'm like, I feel love and I feel all of these things. You're like, girl, that's oxytocin. Sit down. Like, you know, it's just like you take the air out of everything. I hate talking to you.
Blame it on the alcohol. Blame it. That's just drugs and alcohol talking. That's true.
Girl,
That's
sit
true.
down. That ain't girl. Just tell
You know
yourself
what?
that's
If you want, check this out. So I looked up the breakdown of the biochemical process of falling in love. So basically, here's what happens. So when you meet somebody that you like, hormones hormones contribute to attraction and lust. There's testosterone and estrogen. They're pivotal in the initial stages of attraction. These sex hormones are not only linked to sexual arousal, but also prompt an initial attraction to potential partners. Neurotransmitters produce a high level of dopamine and norepinephrine. I said it wrong. They're released when someone is attracted to another person, which can lead to feelings of euphoria, increased energy, and a focus on the object of one's affection. Then romantic attachment is driven by dopamine, central to the reward pathways in the brain. Dopamine is heavily involved in the pleasure and reward systems associated with love, creating feelings of pleasure and reinforcement to motivate people to continue engaging in behaviors that strengthen their romantic feelings. Serotonin, levels of serotonin, another neurotransmitter, actually drop during the initial phases of love, leading to obsessive thoughts and behaviors often seen in new lovers. So you become obsessed because your levels of serotonin have dropped.
See, y'all, we ain't in love with nobody. Like, nobody's in love. It's over. Like, we're not really in love. We just got chemicals in our body going off and pheromones, and we're smelling people, and we just, they smell good, and it's not real.
If you
Love is not real.
If all these chemicals leave your brain, then you won't fall in love with nobody. You won't even be attracted. You won't even be attached to your own kids. Ain't that crazy?
That is crazy.
And so I'm not done. Let me finish, and then we'll be done. Okay. I often called the cuddle hormone, oxytocin plays a crucial role in the bonding process. It's released in large quantities during intimate activities such as cuddling, kissing, and sex. Oxytocin helps to strengthen the bond between partners, promoting feelings of contentment and security. Vasopressin is another important hormone in long-term commitment. It's associated with behaviors that produce long-term monogamous relationships. It is released following physical intimacy and helps to maintain the bond between partners over time. And endorphins are the body's natural painkillers, which also enhance feelings of well-being and relaxation. They are released during physical intimacy and touch, contributing to the comfort and happiness of long-term partners. Now, I'm curious about vasopressin. And I want to know, do men and women have different levels of vasopressin? Because
okay.
Oh, you got to go? I'm sorry.
No. I was going to say, and aren't some of the, could we be given some of the things to fall more in love? Like, could they make pills of certain things and we could feel more of those things?
Well, I think
are any of these things bottled? I guess this is my question.
You mean like a pill? You get like an oxytocin pill?
Yeah, like are there oxytocin pills? Are there like because there's drugs, right? Or is there serotonin exists, right? So could someone take right? So could someone take something and fall in love with someone that way? I wonder.
Ooh.
I was just wondering, like, right? They have drugs.
That's a good one. That's a good. I don't know. Let me see. There's no pill or medication that can specifically create the complex emotions that we talked about. However, certain hormones and neurotransmitters involved in the feelings associated with love, such as dopamine, oxytocin, and serotonin, can be influenced by medications or supplements. Certain medications and recreational drugs can increase dopamine levels, right, leading to feelings of pleasure and reward, right? That's what, Molly, was it Molly? Is that right? Papa Molly, I'm sweating, like stuff like that. I think that can create like that euphoria and the connection with other people. Oxytocin is referred to the love hormone. Let's see here. There are nasal sprays that can increase oxytocin levels. They are primarily used in research settings. The effects are subtle and not akin to creating romantic love. They might enhance feelings of trust and bonding, though. Serotonin, antidepressants, particularly sedative serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs, alter serotonin levels in the brain and can impact mood and emotions. So I remember a person I knew that was taking like one of those psychiatric drugs. I forgot which one it was. It was real popular, but it was for depression. I forgot what it was. But anyway, she said that one thing that happened to her was she had no desire to sleep with anybody. She did not feel any sexual arousal, none of that. And so that's kind of like a crazy place to be, right? Yeah, and then, by the way, with vasopressin, if you remember vasopressin, we talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
Vasopressin, it basically, that was the thing that creates monogamy. It seemed like they said vasopressin is important in long-term commitment associated with behaviors that produce long-term monogamous relationships. And so I asked, do men and women have different levels of vasopressin? And they said, yes, men and women have different levels of vasopressin. And these differences can potentially influence behavior and physiological responses in certain contexts, including social bonding and stress management. Vasopressin, known as antidiuretic hormone, ADH, plays a crucial role in regulating the body's retention of water and has significant functions in social behavior, sexual motivation, and pair bonding. Its levels and effects can vary based on several factors, including sex, as it interacts with sex hormones like testosterone and estrogen. So for men, vasopressin is often associated with aggression, territorial behavior. So this is what happens when men start to feel monogamous. They want to kick everybody's ass and fight over you. That's true. I mean, seriously, a lot of us see that.
So definitely, yes.
Holy crap, this is crazy.
And then we start to not like them.
Yeah, wait, say it again.
And then we start to not like them. It's like, no, you mine, girl. It's like,
Yeah, so vasopressin can create increased aggression, territorial behavior, and social bonding in males. It influences behaviors that are typically associated with male social interaction and mating. For example, in some animal studies, higher vasopressin levels have been linked to increased aggression and establishment of social hierarchies. Oh shit. Okay, women, the interaction between vasopressin and estrogen might influence social behaviors differently. While vasopressin also plays a role in pair bonding and social responses in females, the behavioral outcomes might be less aggressive and more affiliative. So more cooperative as opposed to competitive compared to males. However, the exact roles and the effects are built on numerous factors. Studies in humans are less definitive compared to animal studies. Let's see. They also say that let's see. They looked at voles. Voles have been studied extensively for the effects of vasopressin on monogamous versus non-monogamous behavior. Human research often focuses on correlation between vasopressin levels and social behaviors. It is essential to note that while there are differences in the effects of vasopressin among men and women, the variation of each sex and influence, blah 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 blah. Okay, so there's not much saying there, but I personally think that says a lot, right? If you think about how men and women behave differently when they are in love, it's interesting. Like I know that my father, when he loved my mother, one thing I remember hearing my father say is the reason he married my mother, because I was 3 and I had a different daddy. He married my mother, and his first reaction was, these two are mine. This is my responsibility. This is my territory. And then also he had, potentially almost borderline violent confrontations with my biological father saying, this is mine, stay away, you know?
Mm.
And you think about that. I mean, but women can be territorial also, just maybe in a different sort of way.
Yeah.
So this is fascinating, right?
You,
Okay.
you got to geek out tonight.
Yeah, this was fun. I
Yeah.
gotta do this again. This was really interesting. I think I think understanding who we are and how we behave and why, I think is really a great part of, you know, being smarter and better people,
Yeah.
and then also just emotional intelligence to me means being intelligent about your emotions. Like, why did I feel this way? What
Mhm.
happened here? And then that way you can put yourself where you want to be. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and let you go. I've held you hostage for an hour and a half. And it's so funny. I was real tired when I started. I told you how tired I was, but I
Yeah.
perked up with this because this was interesting stuff. And I want everybody to know I'm talking to Tiara KJ Williams, aka Miss Black Hollywood, and her website is realvirtual.net. So her company can help you with your business. If you want to go meet Tiara, who's an awesome person and a famous person and super smart, just go to realvirtual.net and her team will work with you to help you get your business going. They can not just help you come up with the idea and the business model, but they can also help you execute the business model. Execution is everything. And I know a lot of you are trying to look for the next level. And also, speaking of another aspect of the next level, I have a training called How to Make Money Without Working, and it basically leans on the ability to make money with stock options. A lot of people don't know that you can generate a lot of income by selling stock options, and we talk about that on a regular basis. So if you'd like to get that free training, How to Make Money Without Working, just text the word money to the number 87948. Text money to 87948. I will send you that. I'll also send you some stocks that I like, stuff like that, because I want to see you wealthier. I want to see you happier. I want to see you live a better life. That's the goal of this platform. And also make sure you follow us on Spotify. Just look for my name on Spotify. You can find my podcast there as well. So thank you all very, very much for hanging out. Hit the thumbs up button. Thank you very much, Tiara KJ Williams. I appreciate your time.
Great time.
And yes, ma'am. And we will see you all soon. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.